Ready now, Kemi?
He's preparing to stream. Sorry, it's just a bit slow.
Okay.
Still streaming, still going. The line is ready. Yes, done. You can start, please.
Thank you. Good evening, members, officers, members of the public, and welcome to this evening's meeting of the Planning Committee, which is being held remotely. We're recording the meeting, and the recording will be available on the Council's website following the meeting. The meeting is being streamed live on the Council's YouTube channel, and the link is provided on the Council's website. Please note that any comments posted on the chat feed of the Council's YouTube channel during the recording will not be monitored by the Council. All mobile devices should be switched off or set to silent. The meeting is not interrupted by ringtones. Please switch your profile to mute unless you are speaking. The procedure for each item is that the planning officer will present their report and the committee members will then have time to ask any technical questions for clarification. I'm very pleased to say tonight that we are recording this meeting. We have members of the public able to address the committee directly. But if there is a member of the public who is not able to address us directly tonight and has submitted written comments, they will be read out by the planning officers on that particular item. If there is a member of the public that wishes to speak, they'll be invited into the meeting by the senior governance officer and they'll have 3 minutes to address the committee. If the member of the public wishing to address the committee is also a councillor, they'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. Once they've addressed the committee, they will then leave the meeting and be able to continue watching the recording on YouTube. Once all comments have been given, the meeting will be reconvened for members of the committee to discuss the application and reach a decision. My plea to members of the public that if you are joining the meeting, and thank you for playing your part in the council process and the planning process tonight, if you could change your name as you're joining in the meeting to the name that you have registered to attend as. So please make sure that the name that you're registering to log in on Zoom is also the name that you've registered with the committee. That way we can allow you access to the meeting. We now proceed on to item number 1, apologies for absence.
Apologies for absence has been received from Parish Councillor Macpherson David, and today we have Councillor Buckley substituted for Councillor Turner. Thank you.
Should Councillor Reid at least be an apology for now, since she has indicated that she can't get on via the internet?
Yes, and
she's here. Oh,
we have Councillor Reid now. Thank you. Item number 2, are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Buckley.
Item number 7, which is tree preservation order in Castle or land west of Castleton Road. I happen to live in Castleton Road, although not in the direct vicinity of this particular location, but for point of record, it ought to be on there.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Councillor Harrison.
Not here as a voting member of the committee. I think I should declare an interest in 3 to 31 Rumwell Road, as I've been lobbied.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison, and welcome to the committee tonight. You are here as a group leader and able to interject on any item in the same way that a planning committee member would do, but without voting at the end. Councillor Fellows.
I think in fairness, I think all Wickford councillors have been lobbied generally on 3 to 31 road, so I will add the same declaration on that.
Councillor Morris, I see you're nodding. Please tell me if you don't want me to assume that you've been lobbied on the meeting. I'm assuming that you have.
Yes, I've been lobbied.
Thank you. Councillor Fellows. Councillor Fellows, you're on mute.
Yes, sorry about that. Yes, I have also been lobbied on the first item.
Thank you, Councillor Fellows. The minutes of the previous meeting, the way that this meeting will work will be the same way as the last meeting did, that I will come to each member individually for voting, and also if they have any comments on particular items. So I appreciate the members will have hands up and so on. I'll try and look out for those as much as I can, but I'll also come and address each member specifically. Councillor Rimmer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On the minutes, before we go to actually vote on them, both myself and Councillor Morris have had a comment received from one of our members who was in attendance but isn't noted on the minutes, and that's Councillor Danny Lawrence.
Thank you. Kemi, are we able to correct that one?
I emailed Councillor Lawrence to explain, because he's not a member of the committee, it cannot be noted on the minutes, but it's noted on the website underneath his name that he did attend the meeting, so he's in attendance.
Thank you, Kemi. Councillor Buckley, do you have any comments or how do you wish to vote on the minutes? You're on mute, Councillor Buckley.
In favour, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. How do you have any comments or how do you wish to vote on the minutes?
I shall vote in favour.
Thank you, Councillor Kettle. Councillor Kettle, you're on mute.
Okay, I'll vote in favour.
Thank you, Councillor Fellows.
Yes, I vote in favour.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer.
In favour.
Thank you, Councillor Reid.
In favour.
Thank you. And I also vote in favour of the minutes, so those are carried unanimously. We'll now go into agenda item number 4, which is planning application number 19/01502/4, 3 to 31 Runwell Road in Wickford. I'll shortly hand over to Mr. Sweeney to take us through the presentation, but just to reiterate, Mr. Sweeney will present his presentation. We'll then have members having the opportunity for technical questions for clarification, and I will come to each member individually if they wish to ask any technical questions at that point. And then I'll invite members of the public to address the committee and any written statements to be read out at that point before we then go into the main deliberation and reach a conclusion. Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Sorry, I'm just trying to share my screen, if you bear with me a second. Okay, is that visible for everyone?
Yes, yep.
Okay, thank you. So this item relates to an appeal which has been submitted to the Planning Inspectorate in respect of the proposed development at 3 to 31 Runwell Road in Wickford. The application was due to be heard at Planning Committee on the 17th of March with an officer recommendation to approve, subject to the signing of a Section 106 legal agreement. On the day of committee, a decision was made to cancel the meeting following the COVID-19 outbreak. Whilst awaiting central government guidance on conducting remote committee meetings, the applicant lodged an appeal to the Planning Inspectorate on the grounds of non-determination. As part of the appeal process, the council was required to indicate to the Planning Inspectorate how it would have determined the planning application. Just to recap the proposals, the site comprises an area of approximately 0.3 hectares located on the northern side of Runwell Road. Immediately to the north of the site are tennis courts and a cricket ground. To the west is Quick Fix Garage, and to the south is a shopping parade with residential above and the Texaco petrol filling station. Just to summarise the planning history, in 2006, the council refused an application for a 5-storey block, shown in the bottom image here, comprising ground floor commercial uses, 84 flats and 93 parking spaces on the grounds of excessive height and design. That decision was appealed, and the appeal allowed in May 2007. The site was sold and construction started in the form of site clearance and piling, and then stopped in 2008 due to the economic situation. The planning permission was commenced and remains live, and this is a material planning consideration. In September 2019, at Planning Committee, members considered a new application for a Part 6, Part 7-storey development, providing 158 apartments, 108 car parking spaces, and 166 cycle parking spaces, and that is shown in the top image. The application was refused on the grounds that the proposed development would, by reason of height, scale, massing, and general design, result in an intrusive addition harmful to the character and appearance of the area and would fail to create a high quality, well-designed development. The dotted line on the refused scheme indicates the outline of the 2007 development for comparison purposes. The appeal scheme has made 4 key changes. Changes to the internal design of the blocks, an increase in the distance between the closest residential block and the UK Power Network substation to the north, so that it is now approximately 6.9 metres further away than the previous scheme. The introduction of air source heat pumps to provide heating and cooling to the apartments, acoustic protection around the substation, and details of the acoustic treatment of habitable rooms on the northern elevation. There's also an introduction of an energy efficiency strategy, which demonstrates that the scheme can deliver a 34% reduction in carbon dioxide emissions beyond the current building regulations. Externally, the changes involve the removal of the irregular gables, which formed the jagged roofline, in favour of a flat roof design. Which has resulted in overall reduction in height. The loss of a storey on the eastern block closest to the roundabout, so both blocks are now 6-storey in height. The top image shows the current appeal scheme with the outline of the 2007 development for comparison purposes, and the bottom image shows the outline of the 2019 refused scheme against the 2007 development. And the final change was an overall reduction in apartments from 158 to 122, and an increase in car parking from 108 spaces to 132 spaces, which would increase the parking ratio from 0.68 spaces per unit to 1.08 spaces per unit, together with passive provision for electric vehicle charging for each of the 132 spaces. And just to recap, that the key issue for members to consider is whether the appeal scheme addresses members' previous reasons for refusal, which revolved around design, and whether members would have been minded to approve or refuse this application had they still been the determining authority. Thank you.
I'm on mute. Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Just before we go into technical questions for clarification, so can you just reiterate the point that you've just made there, that the decision that we make tonight is only giving an indicative view to the planning inspectorate rather than a planning approval or refusal?
That's correct, yeah. So the purpose of this item is for members to give a steer to the planning committee over whether, had they still been the planning authority, whether they would have refused or approved the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. We'll now go into technical questions for clarification, and I'll ask each councillor individually if they have any. So I'll start with Councillor Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I wonder if the officer could tell us about although the reduction in a number of units, how does that meet with the density standards that we might have?
There are no specific sort of density standards that we apply. I mean, what I can tell you is that the current appeal scheme is around about 407 dwellings per hectare, and the previous consent, which had the ground floor commercial, was in the order of about 168 dwellings per hectare. Yeah, but as I say, there are no sort of set policies on density. It's assessed on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you for that. Is this block any higher than, for example, there's a block on the left-hand side of the current picture? So is it taller than local blocks? Because I know there's been developments of tall buildings in recent years.
Yeah, so no is the answer. I mean, the lower South End Road scheme, the pink and black render building has a varied ridge height, roof height, but by and large it's below that. I mean, just to give you a comparison, the lower South End Road is in the order of about 22 metres in height, and the current scheme is about 19.5 metres in height. So it's slightly below.
Okay, final question. I did see in the report there's mention of about the dangers imposed by the traffic coming out of that site, but I didn't quite understand that there was grounds there to perhaps reject this based on road safety issues.
No. So as part of the original planning application, we received a consultation response from Essex County Council's Highway Authority, and they confirmed that they were satisfied with the scheme on highway grounds. So they have raised no objection. And the previous scheme, which was obviously a few more units than this, similarly didn't have any highway related objection. So we're comfortable on highway grounds that this scheme is acceptable.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Fellows. Councillor Harrison.
I think you should ask the members first, Councillor Ferguson. I'll come in after the members if I have any.
Thank you. No worries.
Councillor... Should I say that shows a man of good protocol, because that's how it should have been. So well done, Councillor Harrison.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer, do you wish to go next?
Thank you. Yes. Following on from some of Councillor Fellows' questions, actually, in terms of density, I think these are important questions. As you know, it looks like our town centre in Basildon is going to be turned into Tower Hamlets with these huge, massive tower blocks. So we've got to be concerned that this sort of thing doesn't happen in Wickford or other parts of the borough either. In terms of weight that we give to the appeal, what weight should we be giving to the previous appeal permission that was actually given on the 2007 application when we're looking at this?
Okay, so the 2007 appeal, the developer commenced that development. So it is for planning purposes, it is a live consent, which the developer could go and implement or continue to implement. So there is an extant planning permission for that scheme. If I just go back, yeah, so that's this scheme shown in the bottom image.
But should we actually be giving, in terms of the reasons given to grant that appeal, should we be giving those weights when we're actually considering this decision?
Well, it's what we call a fallback position. So the developer could legitimately go and build that, and there would be no control over that from our point of view. It has a valid consent. So I know the site's vacant at the moment, but for planning purposes, we look at it that it can have that development on it.
Sorry, I apologise. I should be absolutely clear on this. And in terms of this, should we actually be treating it almost like a completely new application when we're actually considering this and determining on this compared to the appeal that was actually granted permission a few those years ago?
Well, obviously, this is a fresh application, so you can look at it afresh. But obviously, you also need to be mindful of the planning history, that there is an extant planning permission that could be developed. So that should be in your minds when you're considering things like height.
And obviously, we've had a different national planning policy framework since then as well, and different iterations of it. So I think you've answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. A couple of questions, and we'll want to comment on it when we get to the main debate. First of all, to the officer, Councillor Rimmer rightly mentioned about the 2007 application. That was actually refused by this committee, or at least its predecessor, and was overturned on appeal. Mm-hmm. It was quite a lumpy 106 agreement with that. And from what I can recall, the investments or contributions were substantially more than those being recommended in this particular application. So can the officer please confirm what the financial difference is and what is the justification, given that we're talking about a greater number of units, when in fact I would have expected the contribution should have been larger, not smaller.
Okay, I mean, in broad terms, the 106, the Section 106 package for the 2007 scheme was in the order of about £950,000 in total, and the Section 106 package for this scheme is in the order of about 856,000, and there's probably about 40-ish units more, something like that. That difference between 84 units and 122.
So therefore, if we have some equitable balance in those 106s, we ought to be looking for that contribution to be 40 or 50% higher than recommended in your report. So I would certainly suggest, and this is not an indication of the way I'm going to vote, that the recommendation should be altered to increase those figures substantially. I believe that in order to help the youth, there was originally a contribution towards the Scouts in the area as an active youth movement, and I think that should certainly be reinstated as well.
Councillor Buckley, we have to work, the viability of the developments are worked out with viability that's submitted by the applicant, which we then test, and we test it ourselves with a separate viability consultant, and that comes up with the amount of money that the development can produce in terms of the deliverables and how the development will be built out. So we can't just make up costs to go in those 106 agreements. They are made up through a process, and the process we've got to is delivering what you see in front of you. So there's no way we can change that.
Well, you know, that would substantially influence the way that I vote on this decision later.
Councillor Buckley, do you have any further technical questions for clarification?
So, no, I will have some comments later on, but I'll hold those till the main debate.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Councillor Morris.
No questions at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Kettle. Sorry, Councillor Kettle, did you have any technical questions for clarification? I think you're on mute.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, yeah, I've got no questions.
Thank you, Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if this is a technical question or not. With the car parking, where is the entrance in the side road, or is that from the main road? The cars going into the site.
The entrance is in the centre. I don't know if you can see my mouse.
Yep.
It's there.
That's the only entrance, is it?
Yes, that's the only entrance. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor Harrison, did you have any technical questions for clarification?
Yes, please. Mr. Sweeney refers to the extent planning application and the fact that the permission is still valid because the development was started. Well, I'd like to refute that, because in the Section 106 agreement for that development, certain payments had to be paid on commencement of the development and were never paid. Before I was on the council then, I chased up and said, why weren't they paid? And I have correspondence which says, because the development has not been started. Therefore, I refute that there is a planning application outstanding on that particular site. I go on and say, I'll follow from Councillor Buckley's point about S106 agreements. I'm rather surprised that we, as the planning authority, haven't insisted upon a contribution for recreational facilities in the area, as we have been doing with other similar developments like Radwinter Avenue, etc. I'm surprised that isn't included in the S106 agreement, and I wonder why, when there is a contribution for some Essex coastal, and I don't recognise a coast in Wickford. Thank you.
Okay, if I could just respond on the commencement query. The answer is that to technically start a planning permission and to commence, and the definition of commencement in a section 106 legal agreement are sometimes different. To commence a planning permission could be doing work such as piling, but piling was specifically excluded from the description of commencement within the section 106 agreement. So for that very reason, that you could technically start a planning permission, but then you wouldn't necessarily be liable immediately for the financial contributions. Does that
Okay,
help?
Back. No, I refute that. I'm sorry, Mr. Sweeney, and you weren't around at the time, obviously. I don't recall anything in the section 106 agreement that said development doesn't include piling, because there will be some dispute by many people in Wickford as to whether any piling actually took place. I know the equipment was moved onto the site, but I do not think any ever took place. And this S106 was quite clear on contributions. It was on commencement of any development.
I mean, I would need to go back and look at the wording of the section 106 again, but I'm pretty sure that the definition was quite tightly worded.
Without having the 106 agreement in front of us, and obviously work will have been done previously on this point, Charles is correct. The fact that, and the same is for SIL, implementation of SIL. SIL has a different commencement regime than the planning process, and that's where the planning acts are a bit, in terms of legalese, a bit difficult to interpret in terms of what is the technical commencement. So what has been taken, and it seems to be as agreed with this development, is that it was technically commenced in planning terms. However, the applicants have not submitted a certificate of lawfulness to that end. So what we can say is there would have been a technical start, but no lawfulness certificate has ever been granted, which is probably the position that Councillor Harrison and Councillor Buckley would have rather had, is a certificate of lawfulness to prove that. We've never had that from the applicant. But what has been taken so far from the council, and that happened at the previous planning committee, is the fact that we have taken the fact that there is a general commencement, a technical commencement of the original planning permission from 2007. So at the moment, we can't make any further comment on that position. I'm very sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. If I just made one other point. The questionnaire, I think it was Councillor Fellows, responded about the height of the building. I think Mr. Sweeney was saying, and if I recall another appeal situation which you refer to in your report, which in the end was only on affordable housing, but one of the arguments on that particular one was on the height of the building there. And if I recall, the planning inspector that's on that particular one commented about the Wickford is now based on the height of the Bradgate development on the Relief Road, and that therefore that height of that building really starts to dictate what the height of other buildings will be in Wickford. Is that a fair planning point, or is that just a observation?
I mean, this is a discussion that we had and we'll be having with other buildings as they come forward. Height it deals with more than just what is in the vicinity. It deals with how the building sits in the environs of the locality. And obviously we can spend hours talking about what is too high or what isn't high enough. So the bit of work we've done on this site looks at how it sits in the local environs for this site, based on the fact there is an extant consent, which is a material consideration, but also based on the fact that there are other developments on Lower Southend Road which are of a similar height, and therefore the area has buildings of a similar height, not saying they're all the same height, of a similar height, and how it would sit in the environs of that. So as Councillor Rimmer said, the material consideration, there is a weight you have to give to the planning permission that was granted and implemented technically in terms of the consent for 2007. That is a material consideration. What we then have to look at is the reasons you refused planning permission last time. Has this application in front of you, has it dealt with those issues that you came up with? And that was the reason for refusal, which Charles read out to you. That is what you have to measure your discussions about today and about the comments you make during the next part of the discussion about the planning application.
It's very useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of points on there. And first of all, on the 106 agreements, and I am quite concerned that we've had a 106 agreement. And I take Councillor Harrison's word for the phraseology behind it, payments on commencement. I've no reason to think that that's not correct. And I think what we do need to do is to have some clarity around this for all future applications. And maybe what we ought to be doing is bringing a report on 106 drafting to this committee in the future. Secondly, as Mrs. Lyons said, when we refused permission on this back in September, I happened to be on the committee then at that, for the previous application. I happened to be on the committee at that time. And I do recall suggesting that there should be a whole list of reasons for rejection, and we were strongly advised against that. I think our position now is seriously weakened as a consequence of that advice. And if we decide to refuse this application later on, I would wish to add to the reasons for refusal last time.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Councillor Rimmer, did you indicate to ask a question? Councillor Rimmer, you're on mute.
Yes, I did. Sorry. I wasn't quick enough there. In terms of the parking, I'm just looking at what we're looking at now in terms of the bottom of the top image. And are those garages on that ground floor and that we're losing? And I'm just confused where the extra parking is coming from.
Okay, so the vehicular access is in the middle there, and then there's two levels of parking, and because the number of units has reduced, the refuge store size located on the eastern corner over here has reduced down in size as well. So primarily it's by virtue of that, and a slight rejigging of the car parking layout as well has enabled them to increase the number of spaces slightly.
So in terms, were they garages on the ground floor in the previous application?
No.
Okay, it's just how they look. Okay, no worries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further technical questions for clarification? Okay, in which case we will now go into the members of the public contribution. Can I just remind members of the public that wish to address the committee, if you could please make sure your name, or as you're logging into Zoom, is the name that you've registered to attend as. That just allows you to invite, that just allows us to invite you into the meeting. So unless you're registering as your name on Zoom, we can't invite you into the meeting. So please double check that. While we wait for any members of the public to change their name on Zoom, that is, could I ask Charles to read out any written submissions that have come in from members of the public, please?
Yes, certainly. So we've had 3 written responses. The first from Councillor Jeffrey. The proposed development would, for its height and general design, result in harm to the character and appearance. This falls contrary to the requirements of the NPPF and policy BE12 of the local plan and policy DES1 of the emerging plan. The infrastructure around the site is inadequate and the number of car parking spaces is not sufficient for the number of apartments proposed, whilst causing overshadowing of the nearby pitch of the Dick Patmore Memorial Sports Ground. The second letter is from a trustee of the Dick Patmore Memorial Sports Ground. As one of the trustees, which the proposed flats will back onto, and also a playing member of the Wickford Lawn Tennis Club sited within those grounds and right on the border of the building lines, I have to reiterate with great emphasis my objections already placed, i.e. 6 stories is far too high and will cause shadow across the tennis courts, the lack of sunlight encouraging moss and mould growth, possibly rendering the courts unplayable in winter, noise and disturbance during the noise and dust during the construction. The noise will impinge on match play and the dust will irrevocably damage the astroturf on the courts. There is a very great risk that damage will be done to the court cages and the practice wall during construction. There is also a very high chance of flat dwellers parking their cars within these grounds when their own spaces are full. Speaking now as a resident of Wickford for the past 76 years, a 6-storey block of flats at one of the main entrances to the town will be a disaster. It will certainly not be an encouragement for newcomers. The current land needs drastic development, but this needs to be empathetic with the rest of the town. It needs to be something to encourage more people to use Wickford as a leisure and shopping area. Flats will not do this. Flat dwellers will predominantly be commuters who will take themselves off to Lakeside and Bluewater. They will not shop in Wickford. Wickford does need a good facelift. We are looked upon as the poor dwellers in this part of Essex. Please give us instead some quality housing that will be attractive and also give the builders what they want, money. Save Wickford, please don't destroy it. Make it a healthy and pleasant environment once again. And the final comment from the resident in Cedar Avenue. Original application was for 83 dwellings with commercial on the ground floor. So far, this is the only agreed application, albeit on appeal. The mass of the building has been agreed in principle with this past application. The issue is with the detail. In my opinion, the last application was refused and the application has hardly changed in detail this time. Some significant points to consider. Traffic has increased significantly since 2007 along that stretch of road, and we are adding in the region of another 40 dwellings. We need the junction with Swan Lane, Broadway and Rumwell Road significantly enhanced, and also double yellow lines along Rumwell Road and possibly other smaller roads in the area. Perhaps some monies for Section 106 for these highway improvements should be included. I believe, like many residents, this application should be refused on the same grounds as the last application. Thank you.
Thank you. I've had indication from Councillor Rimmer to ask a question around protocol. Councillor Harrison, is your question around protocol as well?
Is Mr. Sweeney going to respond to Councillor Jeffrey's comments? We normally respond to comments, do we not?
We do once members of the public have finished speaking. So we'll after this section, we'll hear from members of the public and then we will be able to, then I'll ask Mr. Sweeney to address those points. Councillor Rimmer, you have a question on protocol.
Yes, absolutely. Normally when members of the public speak, we get to know their names. So on the 2 letters that were read out last, the trustee and the resident of Cedar Avenue, neither of their names were actually given. So I don't know if this is a new protocol that they should be anonymous, because usually I'm sure that they actually give their names when they or indicate that they wish to give comment.
Yes, certainly. So the trustee was, her name's Sandra Ellis, and she's located in First Avenue in Wickford. And the resident in Cedar Avenue was Alan Ball.
Thank you. I think Councillor Harrison might have known the third one.
Okay, we will now invite members of the public to address the committee this evening. So I would like to invite Derek Harrison in first of all. And Derek Harrison will have 3 minutes to address the committee as per normal. And that 3 minutes will start from the moment Mr. Harrison has started speaking. public to address the committee this evening. So I would like to invite Derek Harrison in first. And Derek Harrison will have 3 minutes to address the committee as normal.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just check that you can hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Thank you very much. In terms of overall height, this proposed development is slightly lower than the consented scheme, but that has a pitched roof, and the comparison is to ridgeline. By introducing a flat roof, the scheme becomes very bulky, a very bulky bland box. Where the eastern block fronts the roundabout, the top floor recess has been removed, making this elevation the one you see when entering from Runwell, even more boxy and bulky, as per perspective 02 that was up earlier. Due to its large, bulky mass, size, scale and height, this would over-dominate the existing surrounding area and not make a positive contribution to the street scene and the character of the area. The addition of metal bolt-on projecting balconies does not break up this visual impact and will look unsightly when residents deposit rubbish there. The site has an area of 0.29 hectare, making the density for this development 421 per hectare, compared to the approved at 290 per hectare. Even allowing for 62% being one bed, this is excessive and higher than any other Wickford development. The recently approved library and community centre development had 52% one bed and a density of only 133 dwellings per hectare. The Rylands Hostel site, with 29% one bed, only has a density of 167 per hectare, and that is a completely affordable scheme. The condensing of this number of dwellings into such a small site means that even with bolt-on balconies and top floor seating areas, the development fails to meet the council's development control guidelines for residential development, requiring a provision of 15 square metres of amenity space for each flat. The current pandemic shows why this guideline should be implemented. The high proportion of one-bedroom flats designed for people travelling into London on overcrowded trains or with recent events working from home would increase the likelihood of food deliveries. The council's approved parking standards for residential properties is one visitor space for every 4 properties. The increase in parking provision is welcome, but there is no provision for visitor, removal vehicles, or delivery parking. Based on the preliminary charging schedule for community infrastructure levy.
Mr. Harrison, your 3 minutes is up. If I could ask you to start wrapping up, please.
Yes, this development under the community infrastructure level would attract 1.4 million based on flat areas alone. Yes, 106 contribution proposed here means that the borough is losing out and the developer gaining. The reason for refusal of the last application apply equally to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Thank you for addressing the committee this evening. I'd now like to invite Claire Gregory to address the committee, and Ms. Gregory will have 3 minutes to address the committee. Ms. Gregory, you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee from now.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Is my
Yep.
sound levels okay? Great.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the councillors. I've lived in Wickford since 2004 and I've followed this site quite closely. First of all, I'd like to also say thank you to Councillor Harrison and Councillor Buckley for their comments and their questioning this evening. A lot of it I agreed with, and I think it was quite detailed and forensic on their part, which is very good to see.
Carry on.
Carry on, sorry. There's a time delay. I can hear myself back.
Okay, we'll pause the time
I can
there.
hear myself, I'm sorry.
Do you have your YouTube? Do you have the YouTube page on? You need to close it, Miss Gregory.
I'm so sorry. Is that better?
Yep.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I had the YouTube page open. Sorry.
No worries. That's a useful lesson for me to remind people to turn the YouTube on. You've got another 2.5 minutes.
So sorry. Yes, I've got concerns with visitor parking and the lack of. I've got concerns also that the entrance has now moved from the side. We've now moved to Runwell Road. And anybody who knows Wickford very well will know that Runwell Road is extremely busy, not all the time, but obviously people when they come off the train in the evenings, probably around school time as well, gets quite busy. So I think we could be adding to traffic problems there. I'm also concerned that Essex County Council, when this plan first came, I think in 2007, they had comments, and I think it's interesting that, you know, so many years later, they've now got nothing to say on this scheme. I find that strange, but I know that's out of your control as such. Also, with regards to the S106, I believe in the original, the one that's standing at the moment, the S106, there was some money put aside again for highway improvements. There was meant to be a junction improvement at Swan Lane, the Broadway and Ranwell Road. I want to know what's happened with that. Where's that disappeared? And in overall for the S106 agreement, I find that as a member of the public just really shocking that a developer can just wipe off £100,000 off a S106 agreement from what was passed at appeal to now suddenly £100,000 has disappeared. And that is only going to, Wickford residents are only going to suffer from that. I find that baffling. I find that amazing. But yet we get more units are going to be built if this plan goes through. I have the same concerns as everyone else with regards to the size, but I do appreciate that because it was passed at appeal, we've got to the stage now where, quite frankly, this site, there has to be something built there eventually. We can't just leave it derelict forever. This argument about commencement and technical start, and we're getting down to some real details here, but I don't think we can stop anything ever being built there. And I think the public, most of the public understand that, but we'd just like to have it the best building that we can get, that looks the best, doesn't make more problems for residents. And yes, it's just, I actually feel sorry for the guys, for you on the planning committee. Actually, I do actually feel sorry for you. This really is a nightmare planning situation, and every time the developer comes back with another plan, we could end up with so many different versions of the same thing. And I honestly find it difficult to know where to go with this. But I do appreciate Councillors Buckley and Councillor Harrison for really drilling down to the details on this. So yes, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms Gregory. Thank you for addressing us this evening. I'd now like to invite Joanne Cowgill to address the committee this evening. And Joanne, you'll have 3 minutes.
Councillor Ferguson, I haven't got Joanne Cowgill. The next one will be Councillor Brockman.
No worries. Councillor Brockman, as a councillor, you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee, and I believe you're already with us.
Yeah, I'm here already. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, right, okay. Right, I'm agreeing with Claire Gregory, to be quite honest with you. It is hard to know where to go with this. And listening as I have been, what I cannot believe is that the developers are hoping that the majority or a lot of the people that are going to buy these places are going to use cycles. We haven't got the infrastructure for cycles. That road is going to be absolutely packed out with more traffic, and there's going to be the possibility of some really serious accidents and deaths, possibility of deaths going forward. I don't really want to be I don't think any of us would want to be the responsibility for that one. The other part is there's going to be a possibility of what, 200, another 200 cars. That's going to push the roads to a limit again, and at least an extra 100 children. What schools, what places, where are they going to go? Then we've got the health provision. We will not have the health provision for it. We can hardly get appointments in the town as it is without having even more people in the town. None of this is being addressed. I mean, look at St Luke's. They said, oh, we'll give you free transport and everything. There's a bus runs from St Luke's every day, a couple of times, 4 or 5 times a day. It's empty. It's not being used. It's ridiculous. Then you've got to think about the people in the tennis club, the cricket club, and the impact on the sunlight and everything. I'm sorry, I'm rambling a bit, but I'm a bit nervous tonight. Car parking again, not only in the development, but what about in the town? You know, it's tight as it is for people if they want to go shopping and things like that. Admittedly, at the moment, it's not going to be like that. Noise pollution, the constant banging of the machinery, the builder's noise, the lorries going backwards and forwards. It's just going to go further and further down the road. And lastly, as David Harrison alluded to, is Riverside Place, or what we call the Draggate development. That was passed by a previous administration, and now that has set the precedent for the height of buildings around the area. And really and truthfully, I just do not think it's suitable for Wickford. It is dangerous, it is high, the traffic going onto the roundabout, coming in and out and everything, it's just not suitable. So I'm asking you to reject it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockman. I'd now like to invite Valerie Kemp to address the committee, who will have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sorry, yes, you'll have 3 minutes and that starts from now.
Hi, my name's Valerie Kemp and I'm a local resident in Wickford. I've come down today to the site. I live a matter of steps away to show you what it means for us local residents living here. So you should be able to see the site behind me. It obviously hasn't been touched for quite some time, and certainly the whole time I've been living in Wickford, I've been concerned about this development and the various proposals that have been made. I wanted in particular to show you behind me the block of flats, which I don't think you can see adequately from the photos that have been provided by the developer and that are available on the website, so that you can get a sense of the density in the area. The site is obviously in close proximity to a number of homes.
Ms. Kemp, I'm just going to pause you there just for a second, just while I seek clarification from one of the officers on one of the points. Don't worry, you will get your time back once I've just sought clarification on one particular point.
Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Kemp, I've just sought clarification there, and as a committee, we are only able to receive information that's verbal information. We're not allowed to receive additional visual information this evening. So while I appreciate where you are located at the moment and the points that you want to say, if you could make the points, but without showing any visual evidence of the points that you're making.
Okay, well, that was not made clear to us when we were given instructions for this Zoom meeting. So that should have been clarified in your procedural steps. However, I will continue making my submissions stationary. I live in a Victorian property which is overlooked by the proposed development. It's a row of cottages that date back to the 1890s and are some of very few properties of that age in the vicinity. I'm very concerned about the traffic situation. Parking around Wickford is already very difficult. We're on a main road here. The traffic report that the developer has provided is dated from 2011 and doesn't reflect the traffic that we see in Wickford nowadays, nor does it reflect the recent developments that have taken place within the vicinity. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for addressing the committee this evening, and thank you for your points around clarification of information that we should share in advance, and that's certainly something that I'll take back from today's meeting. I'd just like to invite Mr. Sweeney back into the meeting just to address any of those points raised. But before I do, I'd just like to finish off by thanking all members of the public for addressing us this evening. I think that's very useful. Mr. Sweeney. Kemi, do you wish to?
Yes, there is a member of the public with a mobile phone. I don't know if it's one of the members we called earlier, so I just want to let them in and ask who they are. And if they're not the right person, then I could put them back in the meeting room in case.
Yeah, Kemi, I've phoned actually. It's Steve Nolder for a later application.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Fine. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Are there any points that you wish to come back on from the submissions, either in writing or the points that residents address verbally?
I think just in terms of the comments from Councillor Jeffrey, I think one of the members wanted a response to that. So Councillor Jeffrey's objections were on the grounds of height and general design not being in keeping with the character and appearance of the area. Well, I mean, that's obviously something that we, members need to consider as part of this application. I mean, the officer view is that the scheme is acceptable in design terms, and it's a better iteration than the 2007 scheme. But that's ultimately something for members to decide upon when we put our views to the Planning Inspectorate.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. I will come round to each member individually as the same way that I did at the start. If any member wishes, after they've asked a series of questions or made a series of points, if any member wants to come back in, if you could send me a message in by the chat function, then I will, of course, bring you back in at the earliest opportunity. So, Councillor Morris, do you have any points that you wish to make, first of all?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I have quite a few points. First of all, I'd like to agree with people who've made comments about the transport and the parking. Shan't go into detail, but I'm agreeing with the ones that have already been made, and also the comments about poor design. But what I want to speak about is the fact that we're told that this building is in the town centre, but it doesn't have any shops. Whereas the 2007 application did have shops under it. So, that's one point that I think means that it's detrimental to replanning of the area. Also, the overshadowing issue with regards to the tennis and cricket clubs. Now, I think that there must be a degree of overshadowing, despite what the planning, the plans tell us, for the simple reason that if there wasn't, why does the applicant want to give a contribution to the cricket club to alleviate their problems in this respect? Finally, just a general point, the new flats are designed to have heat pumps for heating and cooling. That's a great idea. It's a very green idea. I've got one myself, and they're really effective. They're also very noisy. So what about the noise pollution to the people around there, such as the cricket club? I think that might be something that should have been considered by in the plan. But I'll leave it at that for now and let other people come in if that's all right with you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Yep, that's completely fine. Just send me a message via the chat function if you wish to come back in later in the meeting. Mr. Sweeney, is there anything that you wish to come back on there?
Yeah, well, only to say just the comment regarding overshadowing. I think there's an acceptance that there would be a degree of overshadowing. The developer's view is that there isn't, and the developer was clear that they didn't feel a contribution was required to the sports ground, but that was something that we felt the developer should make Just on that point, that was officer-led, that request for a contribution to the sports ground.
Thank you. Councillor Morris, do you want to come back and address that point?
Well, clearly the fact that they accepted the officer's recommendation speaks for itself, doesn't it? Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to say about the parking again. I think there is going to be increased traffic along the main road, and I also do agree to a certain extent with one of the members who spoke to say that it looks very box-like. It does look just like a massive, great big box, and I think that doesn't really have a very nice look to it, just as you're entering into Wickford. And also, obviously, Councillor Morris knows how much noise these heating and cooling pumps make. I've got no experience of that, and so maybe that is also something that has that been looked into, the amount of noise pollution that is going to make. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor Rimmer.
Yes, I mean, it's really unfortunate, this development. Obviously, I'm glad to hear some of the comments from the likes of Councillor Brockman and Councillor Harrison. I'm sure that means that they will apply those same comments in respect of height and density when it comes to the Basildon Town Centre master plan as well. But in terms of this particular application, it does look like there has been some consideration by the developers to our previous refusal and reasons for refusal in terms of reducing one of the buildings in terms of its height and its how many stories it's got from 7 to 6. But in terms of the overall street scene and the overall effect, it still looks completely out of character. And actually, Councillor Morris did remind me, and I thought this was quite an important point, but we're actually losing retail space here as well, which was at from the previous development that's got permission to this development. So that was a crucial element of one of our, when we were debating this last time, that has sort of been lost with the months between when we last looked at it and now. I'm also mindful of the point that Councillor Reid brought up earlier on when she asked the question about where the traffic the vehicles would actually access. And actually that was raised again by one of the members of the public and also by Councillor Brockman. So it just looks like it's caused more problems. It hasn't really addressed the issues in terms of the overall effect on the street scene. And we're losing the retail space that was there with the previous development. So what value is this actually adding to Wickford? It looks like it's detracting. It looks like it's making it an uglier place. And we need to protect our borough. We need to promote our towns. We need to do a lot better. So I'm minded to refuse this application.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. Councillor Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this isn't a popular application. And I really wish that for the sake of the people that I know who live in Wickford, that I could refuse it, but I'm struggling to find grounds on which I could refuse it. I mean, we talk about the S106, but we've had an independent consultant to evaluate that, and they've come up with some, to support the applicant's offer of a S106. They have reduced the height. They have reduced the number of apartments for a reasonably town centre. And I do take the point that Councillor Morris says, but it's a reasonably town centre. 132 parking spaces when the government lays down the standard, we don't have to have the same standards if we do with out of town. My big concern, and I wasn't aware of how noisy that the heat pumps can be, and if you have 120 of those all blasting away in winter, that could be quite noisy, unless it's just one per block. But the thing that does concern me is the road safety aspect. It's very near the roundabout. That road often gets very busy, but I've heard tonight that we can't actually refuse on the grounds of road safety. So as much as I would like to be able to support the people in Wickford, I'm struggling to find a valid reason that the applicant wouldn't immediately go to appeal and we would lose. That's me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fellows. Councillor Kessel.
Right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, good. I just found out where the mute button was. Well, I've got no questions, but again, my concern is the parking and the noise and the traffic congestion, which has always been so. And I do agree with the other councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Kessel. Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a number of comments. This is the third application that we've had on this site, and we're all aware that the original scheme was a developer that paid way over the odds at the top of the market, and now everybody subsequently is just looking at how best to make a profit out of the site that was overvalued when it was first acquired. That is not the purpose of the council. The council's purpose is to give consent for schemes which add to the area, are in keeping with the area and meet the needs of the area. And I think all three of the schemes that we've had fail on that ground. The original application, which I think was 70 units, was turned down by the council and it was subsequently approved on appeal. This one we haven't had a chance to determine, and none of us could have foreseen what was going to happen with the virus. But we now have a developer that, rather than wait to the committee, has rushed off for appeal on the grounds of non-determination. And certainly to my knowledge, there have been a lot of applications determined by the council that have gone well beyond the time scale, because council officers do talk to developers and they make sure that all of the problems are ironed out. But I have a number of points to make. First of all, just to establish, in principle, I want to see this site developed. It's an absolute eyesore. And I would far rather somebody got together with Quick Fix Garage and made it a comprehensive scheme along the whole stretch. That would have made a lot more sense. And certainly when we were in administration, we did make an offer to the then owner to consider putting together a scheme for that. For whatever reasons, that didn't go ahead. But many of the points made, it's a key entrance to the town. And if you look at the artist's impressions that Mr. Sweeney showed us, it's a solid block coming in from the Rummel Road roundabout. It's badly designed in that respect. Let's park the rest of it for a moment, but it could have been a much improved design there to bring a taper into the town. In terms of the overall height, yes, it probably is around about the same sort of levels as what we refer to as the Bradgate development. The Bradgate development is in Lower South End Road, which is almost an island site on its own. If you look at the remaining developments that have had permission, particularly along the Broadway, where there's been a couple of developments of flats, there's been the block opposite Aldi Supermarket, which was converted from offices. You go into the High Street, you've got Urban Pulse, you've got the Wave. None of them is as high as this. So I think on that ground alone, it just shows it's totally out of keeping with the town. And any architect or officer that's given advice that this is appropriate is frankly reading off the wrong or singing off the wrong song sheet. I do have a number of other points to make. So I had so many, I had a couple of sheets of paper. The developer, as Mr. Sweeney said, could build the original scheme, and we would not be able to do anything about it. But that original scheme, don't forget, was unacceptable to the council, and it was unacceptable to the people of Wickford, as indeed this current scheme is. Other members have mentioned about the overshadowing of the tennis courts and the cricket club. And just an interesting point on page 35 of the report, because I've got it on screen, I've had to make little notes, I'm afraid. On page 35, it gives gives some judgments about cricket ball strikes, and advises that it's unlikely to happen from amateur cricketers. Well, yeah, I accept Wickford Cricket Club is an amateur club, but I'd also point out to you that Essex second and third teams have played on that ground. They're not amateurs, and those guys are good. They're going to be the future England players. They can hit a ball. So, you know, that doesn't satisfy me on that regard. There is a reference in the report, I think it's also on the same page, to parking in the sports ground, which was mentioned from the trustee of the sports ground. And basically the developer seems to have the attitude it's now going to be someone else's problem, we don't care. And whilst I would accept that there is adequate parking in the town centre at weekends when it's probably likely to be an issue, I really can't see people that would abuse a sports club car park being prepared to walk a couple of 100 yards up to the principal car park. So I think there is an issue there. I think that there's going to be some significant issues during the construction stage, and the sports club mentioned about dust and disturbance and so on. But if you're going to build a 5-storey block of flats, I'm not an expert on building, but I do know that you need a big crane. Where's that crane going to get the access to the site? So straight away you have a problem. Is it going to be parked on the road as a mobile crane? Is there going to be a fixed crane on site to lift bricks and bits and pieces over? Yeah, and I could draw your attention, it happens to be the industry I've worked in, that it would not be the first time for a crane to drop a load over a public highway, a fixed crane. So, you know, let's be aware of the dangers there. Access to the highway. I'm an Essex County Councillor, and I tell our highways officers what I think about allowing access in some of our locations. Frankly, I think that the rules are too lax. But if you looked at this particular development, I think it was 130 parking spaces. If we were talking about a cul-de-sac of houses with that access onto that road, there is no way on this earth that that would have been approved. So I think there is a double standard there, and that is an issue which I have to take up with council officers. Affordable housing. Personally, I don't think that social housing is appropriate in blocks of flats. But again, we're not getting any significant contributions here. An interesting point on page 43, it lists what are called relevant policies. There's a whole list of them, and I'd just highlight one or two of them. I'd just like to hear from the officers how these are relevant to this application. E11, aligning skills and jobs. T1, transport policy. T7, safe and sustainable access. Well, I don't think we've got that on this one. H6 relates to land north of Dry Street. Well, I'm afraid that's about 5 or 6 miles away as the crow flies. So where's the relevance? BES1, good design. I think you've heard from the members that we don't think it's good design. It's cramming the maximum units in that they think they can get away with. It is not well designed. HC1, health and well-being strategy. Cramming people in a block of flats, is that right in the days of coronavirus, or COVID virus rather? There's also the little matter of a new homes bonus of £610,000, and I would like to think that officers are not under pressure to push developments through just to get the council's hands on £610,000. I don't know. I'm not in charge of the council, but it does cause me some concern. I would just say to you, Chairman, this report is written to satisfy the developer. Whether they've been misled by their professional advisors, I don't know. But whoever has advised them does not have Wickford's interests at heart. And whoever they may be, I don't think that they've done a good job. This application is unwelcome. The developer wants to build on this site and I want it developed. But they need to come up with something which is much more in keeping with the scale, size and design of the rest of the town. And until they get something like that, I will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Could I just ask that all members make their points related to the application that we see before us and not insinuate comments around new homes bonus? I think that was quite close to the line for this particular application. Mr. Sweeney, is there anything that you wish to come back on there?
Just in relation to the last point, the list of policies, yes, Councillor Buckley is quite right. Policy H6, land north of Dry Street, isn't relevant. That is a typo. The policy relating to healthcare, that was in there because we've asking for a contribution. We consulted with the CCG and they asked for a contribution to healthcare provision. That's why that's in there. And the E11 reference, aligning skills and jobs, is because as part of the Section 106 agreement, we would ask that the developer work with our economic development team with regard to securing local jobs and apprenticeships and training. So that's sort of why those policies are listed there.
Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I first of all say I don't wish to be associated at all with the final remark Councillor Buckley made against officers and suggesting that they would push through a plan application for the council to receive a receipt in a new homes bonus. I think that is totally uncalled for, and he should apologise to officers for making that statement. I'll go on to talk about this application. First, Councillor suggested that I agree with Councillor Mrs. Brockman on height.
Sorry, Councillor Harrison. It was just you were a bit garbled there with your microphone for a bit, so I missed the last half of your sentence, but it seems to have cleared up. I was intervening to say that.
Did anybody hear the first part?
That's better, David.
Okay. The councillor made the point that Councillor Brockman and I were in agreement about height. What I was saying was that the height of this one was associated with what was agreed previously. And I find it strange now that Councillor Buckley is opposed to height in Wickford, when he was the architect in a past existence who brought about the Bradgate building in a suggested master plan in association with the developers. And that is why there's now height.
Sorry, Councillor Harrison, can I just interrupt you there? Sorry, there's just some sound issues that are making it quite muffled when you're speaking. I don't know if it's possible to resolve that. And as like you, I also disagree with the insinuation of the previous comments from Councillor Buckley. If we could just keep our comments in relation to this particular application.
I hope you can hear me now. I was going to make a point about the original application, where I do agree with Councillor Buckley, because in that application, A1 and A3 and commercial was on the ground floor, which was agreed as part of the town centre area. And this development site is still associated as a town centre site with our regeneration team. So in my view, that application, when we refused it then, is better than this application. This application should include commercial A1, A3 on the ground floor, because I do not believe that it is right. It says that the planning policy is, in effect, contain town centres into a smaller area. I don't believe that's right, because this is an opportunity on the ground floor for Wickford to have some nighttime economy, because I do know there are certain restaurateurs who wish to come to Wickford, who did before COVID perhaps, such as Meadows and that, who look for sites. And this is the area which will benefit from that. Therefore, I believe it still should be commercial and retail on the ground floor, as there is on the opposing side of the road. So that's where Councillor Buckley are in agreement. On the question of highways.
Sorry, Councillor Harrison, it's again very muffled. If I don't know if it's possible to resolve that at your end, just something to be aware of.
Myself very well. On highways, I do believe that a representative of highways should be a major application like this, so that they can be questioned on why they had no comment. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Are there any other councillors that wish to address the committee? Councillor Morris.
Yeah, if I can just go back to the design issue. I touched on it briefly by just saying that I agreed with what had been said before. It is, as others have said, it is bulky, boxy, not at all pleasing to the eye, this design that we're looking at now. As we know, there is already an extant planning permission. And as Councillor Buckley said, we didn't agree with it. It was agreed on appeal, so we're stuck with it. But the design of that original application is far preferable to the one that's being proposed now. With the different roof line, i.e. an actual apex roof rather than a flat roof, and the style of the front of it is far, far preferable. So I'd be quite happy for them to build what they've already got planning permission for. I'm not happy about what is being proposed now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Buckley.
Thanks, Jim. Just I wanted to make a brief point. Councillor Harrison referred to Lower South End Road or Bradgate, whichever you prefer to call it. I just wanted to emphasise the point. Lower South End Road is an enclosed site and an island site. It is not relevant to the remainder of the high street.
You called it part of the town centre.
Are there any further councillors that wish to address the committee on this particular item? Councillor Reid.
Yes, if we did actually vote against this, on what are there any legal grounds, following on from what Councillor Fellow said, are there any legal grounds that we could actually refuse this without and win an appeal if it did go to an appeal?
We set out in the report, if you look at the beginning of the report, that obviously you're not making a decision tonight. You're offering, if you had the choice of making a decision tonight, what decision would have the council made? And that's what's in front of you today. So obviously the report that was originally drafted had was a positive report and provided a set of conditions that would set out if planning permission had been approved, and also on a 6 agreement. The other option you've got would be to seek to use a similar, and you've got to be very careful that you cannot add to this reason for refusal, and there's something, and that is legitimate expectation of the developer, of the applicant. Then you could use the reasons for refusal set out by members on the 10th of September 2019. And what that does say, it says the proposed development would, by reason of its height, scale, massing and general design, result in an intrusive addition, harmful to the character and appearance of the area, and fails to create a high quality, well-designed development contrary to the requirements of the MPPF, policy BE 12 of the Basildon District Local Plan Save policies, and DE S1 of the Basildon Revised Publication Plan 2014 to 2041. I've got to remind members, though, that obviously that in an appeal situation, all reasons need to be supported by evidence. We have evidence to support those reasons for refusal. And ideally, if any evidence is going to be put forward, it has to be put forward by an appropriate and qualified and experienced person. Obviously, if so, those reasons that were put forward in September, we could support those. If the council cannot provide any such evidence, and that would go into issues around car parking and also in terms of the highway work, then obviously you are putting the council at risk of costs awarded against it for what would be considered to be unreasonable behaviour. So we can support, we can work with you to support a reason for refusal. Be very careful what you use that reason for refusal, because if it can't be supported by evidence that's already in front of us, then you put the council at risk of costs.
Thank you. Councillor Kessel, are you indicating to speak there? No. Councillor Buckley.
Not very good with keyboards and finding the little buttons. Just on that, I listened to what Mrs. Lyons says, and I would suggest that we do actually go along with the grounds that we used in September. As I said at that, I didn't think they were adequate then. I still don't think they're adequate today. So that may have to be the formal reason.
Councillor Buckley, could I just ask that we take the vote on which way we decide before we go into a deliberation on what the reasons for refusal could be, depending on which way members are minded to
That's only a
go
recommendation for approval, of course.
That's if, depending on the decision. Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Councillor Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to pick up on what Ms. Lyons was saying there. As I go back to say, my big concern, and I know, as I said, this isn't a popular application. My big concern is a really deep concern, is that on road safety, people coming out, in and out, crossing the traffic to get into the development. I just want to confirm that that is or isn't a potential. It wasn't in our last rejection, was it? From memory.
No, it goes back to this point that we could not support it. It wasn't. We have got no evidence from what is we consider to be the appropriate, qualified, or experienced person to give that evidence. So therefore, we would be putting the council at risk because we've got no evidence that would support anything around road safety. So therefore, as a local, as the officers dealing with this matter, we would say you'd be putting the council at severe risk of costs for what would be considered to be unreasonable behaviour.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So because Essex Highways have not raised anything, then we can't. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members that wish to address the committee this evening? Okay. I haven't yet set up my own view, and I will now. And first of all, I'd like to thank members of the public members for writing in. I think all the comments were very useful. I thought it was overdevelopment in September, and there's very little that has changed my view since then. That I agree that I think this is a site that we would like to see developed and something better than what it currently is to be there. And I'm not sure what we have from the developer is that at the moment. While I welcome a reduction, I still think it's an overdevelopment, and the decision that we're making tonight, depending on which way the committee goes, I think the reasons set out by Ms. Lyons there and the work that's been done would support this going forward before the inspectorate for refusal on the basis of overdevelopment. So that is my own view. So we'll now go to the vote. So we have a recommendation on page 26. There are two options for planning committee to indicate agreement with the recommendation, or for planning committee to indicate refusal to identify the grounds on which the application would have been refused. So before we go into any further discussion, if I will go around each person individually, and if you could tell me whether you're favouring option 1 or option 2. So Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, option 2 to recommend refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Kessel. Sorry, Councillor Kessel, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, number 2.
Thank you. Councillor Fellows.
I vote to reject this.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Yes, I reject this application, number 2.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Reject number 2.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Refusal.
Thank you. That's option 2, and that is everybody. So we'll now go into the reasons to support that refusal.
Did you vote?
And Thank you for reminding myself to vote, Councillor Rimmer. I also vote for option 2. So we'll now go into the discussion on the reasons for refusal. Ms. Lyons read out a statement which could support refusal, which was in line with what we submitted in September. Is there any member that wishes to object to a refusal on those grounds? Councillor Buckley.
I don't wish to object to refusal on those grounds, but I would like, when we submit the grounds for refusal, which I presume are going to the planning inspectorate rather than to the developer, I would just like us to, if you like, put a note with them, which basically expresses the views of members' concerns over really the general comments that were made during this debate: design detail, scale, parking, etc., etc. I don't see that should actually prejudice, but might help to inform the inspector when the decision is made.
Thank you. Are there any other comments that members wish to make? Ms. Lyons, could the refusal accommodate the additional comments by Councillor Buckley?
We could not include the issue of car parking because that hasn't been previously raised as a reason refusal, and it wasn't supported by the County Council. So therefore, the issue of design has already been picked up. That in the reason for refusal, and obviously we would obviously put a case together on that, because the reason for refusal deals with proposed development by reason of height, scale, massing, and general design resulting in an intrusive addition harmful to the character and appearance of the area. And we dealt with the issue of noise, domestic noise, previously, and I get Councillor Morris's point, which I think is a valid point, and that's why we put in this issue of fails to create a high quality, well-designed development, because we added it in to deal with the issue of the noise created by the electric substation. And I think the point that Councillor Morris makes is probably a similar ground, is the fact that we're unsure of what noise might be created by the additional heat source pump in the in those flats, both within the flats and also externally. So I think the point of that is actually we can use that again with the additional point that Councillor Morris made. So I think the reason for refusal would stand up against this current application, as well as the application in 2019.
Thank you. Are there any further comments on the reasons for refusal? Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I wasn't suggesting those comments be integrated into the actual decision, but rather as a note to inform the inspector. Just one other minor point in that regard, which Mrs. Lyons may have a comment on. Within the report, they did talk about mitigating the noise from the substation. And at the last meeting, one of the concerns that we had was not just the noise from the substation, but the fact that on those ground floor ones, they would not be able to open front windows during hot weather. And although the heat pump may go some way towards that, it still doesn't appear by reversing the development that that's actually resolved that problem either. So that's another detail of design that fails.
I think, and that again, Councillor Buckley, I think he's picked up in that whole issue about failing to deliver a high quality and well-designed development. So I think you're quite right on that point, and I think that's a point that we can use that point. The difference with the substation this time is though that we've done some work with the environmental health, and we've actually looked at an acoustic fence and wall around it. So actually, the impact of the substation is less in this development than it would have been in the previous one. But I still think it's a valid point, and I think it taken account of the points that Councillor Morris made as well. So I think it's still got a place in this reason for refusal.
Thank you. So before we vote to submit those reasons for refusal to the planning inspectorate, the final thing that I'll say is that I'm disappointed that the decision on this application is not being made by this planning authority, and I'm sure I speak for all members when I express my disappointment that we haven't been able to find a way to determine this application. And for members of the public that are tuning in slightly later than the start of this debate, the decision that we're making tonight is not a refusal by this authority, but a submission of evidence to support a refusal that we would have made if we were determining the planning decision. So the final decision now for this application is in the hands of the planning inspector. So I'm disappointed that we're not able to make this decision and that it has to go to the planning inspectorate to make that decision. But I think we can now proceed with to support those reasons as set out by Ms. Lyons for a reason for refusal. So could I just go around everyone and just if you vote in favour of those reasons for refusal. Councillor Fellows.
I accept those reasons.
Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, we've got no option but to accept the reasons.
Councillor Kettle.
To accept the reasons.
Councillor Rimmer.
Accept.
Councillor Morris.
Accept.
Councillor Reid. Sorry, Councillor Reid, I couldn't hear you there. Accept. And I also accept. So that is 7 unanimous in support of the reasons for refusal. I will now take a 5-minute break before we proceed on to the next item. So the next item is site of Gibralco Crompton Close in Basden. So we'll take 5 minutes before we all come back together. If I could just ask you to keep your microphones on mute, and you may wish to turn your cameras off. But at 20:48, we will all come back together.
Dave. I think you're on mute.
That's it. Hello? Yeah? You're on mute now.
Oh, yeah. I think we can only talk one at a time.
All right, that's back. You all right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got the presentation.
Yeah.
so I'll upload it.
Okay, cheers. Yeah. Oh, where's it gone?
Charles, would you mind just unsharing the screen just so I can see that we've got everyone back? Thank you. So we're just waiting for Councillor Fellows. Just while I'm going through the agenda, if members are in agreement, if I could bring item number 9 before item number 8, just because we have 3 members of the public that wish to speak on item number 9 rather than, and we don't have any that wish to speak on item number 8. So just in the interest of time and making sure that they're not kept waiting in the waiting area. If anybody...
Could you mention what they are, not the numbers, because I can't see the agenda.
Yeah, so item 9 is the land east side of Newhouse Avenue at Wickford. So that's item 9, which we have 3 members of the public that wish to address the committee on. And item 8 is 150 Great Berry Lane in Langdon Hills. Councillor Rimmer.
Maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought it was your prerogative to do that anyway, but it's nice of you to consult us. I'm in favour because I think it's your prerogative anyway.
Thank you. I won't ask in future. Okay, I believe we've got everybody back now, so we'll now proceed on to planning application number 5, agenda item number 5, planning application number 20/00331/VAR, site at Cabraco, Crompton Close in Basildon, which is on page 65 to 85 of your agenda. And I'll hand over to Mr. Gill.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Yes, it relates to the Gilparco site at Crompton Close, and the application is what they term a Section 73 application to vary conditions attached to planning application 19/00948/4, and that proposal was for the erection of a self-store unit together with some retail units and a replacement employment unit for the Gilbarco existing use on the site. If you can go to the next slide, Charles. So this is the latest scheme, and what the applicants are looking at is making generally a minor changes to the layout that was previously submitted. The food store that's shown yellow there would be retained as it originally was submitted in the previous scheme. The central section, the green section, this is originally was going to be 3 units and now is intended to be 1 larger unit, slightly larger in depth, about roughly 10 meters. The self-store unit above that would be identical to previously submitted, with the revisions to the southern block, the red block on there, roughly half the size. So the combined floor area for the retail element would be approximately 30 square meters, actually smaller than originally proposed. Whilst on the eastern side, the purple block there, that's the Gilbarco replacement facility, would be identical to the previous submission. The only minor change on that side is the substation being relocated in the service yard rather than the car park at the front of the site. So if we go to the actual principle, so if we go to the next slide, that'll show you what was previously agreed. At that time, members looked at the issues of loss of employment, parking, highway issues, and the general overall design of the scheme. So the Section 73 application kind of usurps that. It says that the principle has been accepted by the council. Then we have to look at whether the changes are that significant that we could warrant a refusal. In this case, to say the proposal, as I mentioned before, is in terms of floor area is nearly identical to that previously approved by the committee. The highway access is near identical to that of the previous scheme. The western access onto Milesgrade Road for the retail elements, and the service yards and the Gilbarco coming off Luckin Lane and Crompton Close. In terms
Sorry,
of
Mr. Gill, I'm just going to interject there. Councillor Rimmer has raised a point of order.
Yes, I'd like to raise a point of order. I think if it's, with the changes being not that significant, as far as I'm concerned, I think we should move straight to the vote.
Which number point of order are you asking, Councillor Rimmer?
I think we know it's in the Constitution. We've referred to it many a time.
Okay, as you've put forward a point of order, Kemi, do we have to have a seconder for this proposal? Sorry, Councillor
Yes,
Buckley.
please.
Yeah. Yep. So we have a seconder in Councillor Buckley. So the proposal from Councillor Rimmer is to go straight to the vote. So Councillor Rimmer, how are you voting?
In favour.
Councillor Buckley?
Yeah, in favour.
Councillor Morris?
Against.
Councillor Reid? Councillor Reid, you're on mute.
For.
Councillor Fellows?
I think that Councillor Rimmer wants an early night, so I'm going to vote it in favour of.
Councillor Kettle?
In favour.
I'm also going to vote against, because I believe that we're partway through an officer presentation, that we should let the officer finish speaking through their presentation. Councillor Rimmer, would you be mindful to allow Mr. Gill to finish the presentation, and then, as your vote has passed, we would then go to the vote on the application straight at that point? Councillor Rimmer, you're on mute.
Sorry, constitutionally, we've just had a point of order and it's just been voted on in favour. So I think we need to go ahead with that recommended and how it's been voted, I'm afraid.
Okay. Technically, you are correct. I think in the spirit of allowing somebody to finish their presentation, I would have rather that we were able to carry on doing that. But you are correct that we will now proceed to the vote.
I did read his report and it was a very good report.
Councillor Fellows, how do you wish to vote on this particular application?
I'm in favour of the recommendation.
Sorry, if members would just bear in mind, I'll read out the recommendation in full that we'll be voting on. That's planning application number 20/00331/VAR be granted conditional planning permission subject to the completion of unilateral undertaking in relation to financial contributions towards the monitoring of the travel plan and improvements associated with the active travel modes in the vicinity of the site, subject to conditions at the end of the report. Councillor Fellows, could you repeat your vote, please?
Yes, Councillor Chairman, I'm in favour.
Thank you. Councillor Morris?
I'm in favour, but I wanted to add a condition.
Which condition would you like to add?
We don't have any electric charging points in this application.
We do.
Mr. Gill?
Condition, oh, am I on? Still on, yeah? Condition, where's it gone? 14 relates to electric charging points, and they've submitted a plan showing where they intend to provide those on the site.
Beg pardon, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, Councillor Morris, you're voting in favour of the proposal. Councillor Kettle?
In favour.
Councillor Buckley?
For.
Councillor Rimmer?
In favour.
Councillor Reid? And I am also voting in favour, so that is carried unanimously. But as Kemi has just sent me a note that the agent does wish to address the committee this evening, we have voted this in favour. I will take a steer from members of whether we wish to hear from the applicant, as they have been on and trying to join the meeting. Councillor Rimmer.
I mean, it has been determined. I suspect they were speaking for the item. Appreciate their time, but it's already been decided.
Any other comments from members?
Well, only if the agent wants to speak against our decision, Chair.
Councillor Fellows?
Yeah, I agree with what Councillor Rimmer said. It's a shame we didn't know beforehand, because I think it would have only been polite to have given the agent the chance to speak.
Okay, that application has been voted on and has been approved. So we will now proceed on to item number 7. And I do, on behalf of the committee, thank the applicant for their time in listening to this committee meeting this evening as well. So we proceed on to, item number 6 we will proceed on to, which is planning application number 19/01384/VAR, land at Corner Gardeners Close and Gardeners Lane South in Basden, which is on page 87 to 136 of your agenda. And I hand over to Mr. Benson.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. The application relates to the removal of condition 19 requiring the widening of Gardeners Close. The application was previously considered at the Planning Committee meeting back in February, and the decision was made to defer the application pending discussions between the Council and Essex County Council as Highways Authority. Following continued discussions between the Council, the developer and Essex County Council as Highway Authority, information has since been provided in the form of a letter from Town Legal, who are a legal advisor specialising in planning law, an email from Essex County Council as Highway Authority, and a highways technical note prepared by the applicant's transport consultants. Essex County Council as Highway Authority have confirmed that they are satisfied with the supporting documentation relating to the removal of the condition. They advise that the applicant has demonstrated the inability to provide comprehensive widening of the section of Gardeners Close due to constraints of both unregistered and third-party land. The developer's highways consultant advises that very low traffic flows are generated by the Phase 2 development, and as such, Gardeners Close is considered unlikely to operate with significant road safety concerns. The consultant also advises that in transport policy and highway safety terms, the widening of Gardeners Close is considered excessive and unnecessary for the low traffic movements identified. Essex County Council's Highway Authority having been consulted, confirm that the impact of the proposal to remove the condition is acceptable from a highway and transport perspective. The developer also sought advice from Town Legal, who advised them that the prospects of success on appeal would be very good, and there would be a good prospect of an application for costs succeeding. In conclusion, the application is recommended to members for approval, subject to the completion of a deed of variation and subject to the conditions identified at the end of the officer report on pages 90 to 91 of the agenda pack. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Before we go into the technical questions for clarification, I'll follow that in the same way that I did for previous applications of going to each member individually. I'll invite Councillor Rimmer to ask his technical questions for clarification first, because I also believe he has a declaration of interest to make.
Yes, it was just I realised on this item that I should declare, I didn't realise until just now, that basically I was lobbied on this shortly after our decision last time. Somebody called me who was related to the developers, and I told them sorry, I couldn't listen to their arguments, but it was just to let you know that I was approached.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. Do you have any technical questions for clarification?
No, to be honest with you, it's quite clear, really. You know, county, for some reason, we don't seem to have a great relationship with them in terms of their highways agency and them actually sticking up for, you know, road safety and concerns and sticking to their guns about a road which should not be that narrow for a development that size. And what do we have to do to actually get a county to object to anything?
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. Just remind members, this is the technical points. We do have members of the public that wish to address the committee on this particular item as well. Councillor Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what Councillor Rimmer has just said. It is pitiful that the county don't seem to support so many of these things, if any. And I'm just hoping, I know this is not a technical question, if we could put a condition on with relation to the on-street parking by the developers.
Thank you. We'll come to that in the main debate, if that's okay, Councillor Fellows. Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of points. As highways has been mentioned as a county member, I have had issues on highway recommendations in the past. Basically, officers work out of what I would loosely call a Bible, rather like our own planners do, which defines what is or is not acceptable. I don't agree with their conclusions all the time, but which is a different matter entirely. The only other point I would just make is looking at the timescale for this application and just comparing it with the very first one, where basically the developer at the first opportunity took it to appeal. At least this developer has had the decency to let the committee have its input.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Just for future indications of wishing to speak, you sounded very muffled there as you're coming through, but I think we got the main points of what you're trying to say. Councillor Morris.
Yes, I really don't understand why this has been taken off like everyone else. Now, my question is that we're being told that there's not going to be sufficient traffic from this development, but if there are future developments which will have to use the same bit of road, how are they supposed to get it widened because it's already been developed? You know, basically, what happens to developments further up the close is my question.
Councillor Morris, you know what I'm going to say, that we're dealing with development in front of us. H5, which is what you're referring to, is the allocation, and that's part of the local plan. It is part of a master plan approach. If you look at what policy H5 says, we're not just adding little bits to this development, and that's why, in some respects, we want to get rid of this piecemeal approach to this site. So H5 and actually we're working with the developers now on H5 because it will probably be one of the first out of the out of the plan, and that will not just see a piecemeal approach to this development. So what's in front of you today is just you're dealing with the application in front of you. You're not looking for the forward planning for that allocation. So you knew I was going to say that, so I just thought I'd make sure I said that. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite clear that nobody's looking at the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Kettle. Councillor Kettle, you're on mute.
Sorry, no, I've got no questions at this time because I weren't on planning then, so I'm just going through the application.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thank you.
No technical questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we will now go out of session to invite members of the public to address the committee. So the first member of the public to address us tonight is Tom Pike, who will have 3 minutes to address the committee. Okay. if I could just remind all members of the public that are addressing the committee on this application and future applications tonight, if you are watching the YouTube at the same time as joining this meeting, if you could make sure you turn the YouTube sound off, please. Mr. Pike, you'll have 3 minutes from now.
Good evening, Chair and members. My name is Tom Pike and I represent Gardeners Park LLP. I wish to highlight a number of matters which we consider pertinent to the application in front of you. Firstly, the reason for Condition 19's imposition is in the interests of highway safety. The key planning consideration is therefore highway safety. Other matters are not strictly relevant and therefore should be given limited or no planning weight in your judgment. In its latest response to the application, the County Council reiterates that proposed deletion of the condition is acceptable from a highway and transportation perspective. The Highway Authority therefore has no safety concerns for Gardeners Close in its current form and has agreed that traffic flows along it are light, that the existing junction with Gardeners Lane South is of a good standard with ample vision space, and that no accidents have been recorded during the past 5 years, either within Gardeners Close or at the junction. For these reasons, it is clear that there is no material highway or transport reason to withhold the removal of Condition 19, and we therefore ask members to determine the application in accordance with the officer recommendation. Secondly, members raised some points at the February Planning Committee which we would now respond to for completeness. The inference that Gardeners Park LLP has failed in its obligation to the Council is refuted in strongest terms. We vociferously objected to the imposition of the condition for over 12 months between the committee resolution and planning permission being formally granted. During this time, the County Council simply refused to respond or engage. To ensure continuity in terms of construction between phases 1 and 2, we were left with no reasonable alternative but to acquiesce and accept the imposition of the condition. It was, however, made clear to officers that an application to remove the condition would be made in due course. Notwithstanding this, we are simply not in control of the land needed to facilitate the widening, either to the north or the south. To the north is a parcel of unregistered land which precludes the widening along the total length of the carriageway. The land to the south is owned by Homes England. Members may be aware that Homes England have recently completed an agreement with a developer to bring forward its land ownership, including the land to the south. It is entirely appropriate that increased road infrastructure, possibly including the widening of Gardeners Close to the south, could be delivered as part of subsequent planning permissions. We hope that clarification of these 2 points is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pike. I'd now like to invite Joanne Missing to address the committee. So Joanne will have 3 minutes to address the committee from now.
Hello, please can Ms. Jolene Missing address the committee, please, Daniel. Mr. Missing? Mr. Missing?
Is Joanne there at all, please?
Is Jolene? Mr. Missing? Mr. Missing? Can you hear me, everyone, or is it just?
Yeah.
Mr. Missing, can your mom address, can your sister address the committee, please?
Hello?
Ah, now we've got you. Thank you.
All right. Who's up first?
Joanne.
Missing.
Jolene. Jolene. No, they're calling you, Jolene. So go on.
So Jolene, you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee.
Okay.
And it will only, and your 3 minutes will start from now.
Okay. In tonight's meeting, I call into question the competence, integrity and the probity of Basildon Council involved in making the original planning condition part of the planning application for 17-014504 in order to pass the application without grounds of objection being made by the Essex County Council to the impact of the development on the highway and circumnavigate the principles of the long-held comprehensive development scheme of Gardeners Lane South. On the following points, this council has access to internal legal opinion, and it is astonishing that facts now being relied upon were not fully considered before written into the planning application conditions, considering this matter arose during the objection to the application phase. Councillors are responsible to the electorate, whilst officers advise the councillors and carry out the council's work. Both are guided by codes of conduct in line with the Nolan principles, and which I'd just like to remind you are selflessness, that decisions should be taken solely on terms of public interest, integrity, there must be avoidance placing themselves under any obligation to people or organisations that might try inappropriately to influence them in their work. They should not act or take decisions in order to gain financial or material benefits for themselves, their family or their friends. They must declare and resolve any interest in relationships. And objectivity, must act and take decisions impartially, fairly and on merit, using the best evidence without discrimination or bias. And in addition, there's accountability, openness, honesty and leadership. Therefore, in the planning meeting on committee on the 18th of February 2020, for deciding the variation of condition 19 by removal, all councillors on hearing evidence in their summaries said that they would be voting against the removal of condition 19, after which a planning officer then spoke to the chairman, Councillor Ferguson, and called for a decision to be deferred to the next committee meeting following further talks with Essex County Council on grounds of further evidence. Please note the minutes to this meeting do not fully reflect this fact, and I suggest the webcast be viewed instead. I've asked both this council and councillors to be very mindful of your decision making this evening and remind you of your duty to your electorate and the Nolan principles, and that you consider very carefully both. The message you are sending to the electorate and private developers that conditions that are imposed upon planning applications have little meaning or perhaps operate in a biased manner, and the impact that your decision tonight will have in setting a precedent on other planning conditions in Basildon and the associated cost and adverse effect this may have on the planning system of the borough and consequently upon the lives of the residents you are elected to serve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for addressing the committee this evening. We next go to Daniel Missing. Just make the point to all members that we're only allowed to refer to the information that is in front of us.
Cool. Ready?
Mr. Missing, you'll have 3 minutes, and that will start from now.
Cool. I wish to bring you back to the comments made by JCN on behalf of Gardeners Park LLP. JCN comments were: to the south, the land outside the adopted highway is controlled by Homes England as part of the wider ownership of various land parcels within the land west of Gardeners Lane and north of Cranes Farm Road. However, they have already selected a preferred purchaser as part of a wider arrangement to deliver future phases of the residential-led mixed-use development and unable to sell off small parcels of land in isolation. However, it should be noted that because the land to the south, controlled by Homes England, their deal with another party enables them to deliver the widening works within the forthcoming scheme for redevelopment and playing fields on the south side of Gardeners Close opposite phase 1 and 2. This is interesting for a few reasons, as various planning officers knew these statements were false. Officers knew exactly that Inland Homes were acquiring land from Homes England. Yet Inland Homes, who make up Gardeners Park LLP, claim they have not chosen...
Mr. Missing, I'm afraid I'm going to have to stop you there, that there's an insinuation questioning the integrity of officers relating to matters that don't concern this planning application.
Yeah, it does though, mate.
We can only listen to the points relating to this particular application.
It's very specific, so you will let me speak. Got that?
I will give you that time back, but if we could just...
You're going to hear it. Anyway, I'll continue. Yeah, Inland Homes, who make up Gardeners Park LLP, claim they were not chosen by Homes England, and Homes England chose someone else. Yet it's been announced that Homes England are in fact selling to Inland Homes. These statements, coupled with other officers' prior knowledge, really questions the planning department, misuse of power, and undermines every member. Such blatant acts mocks and undermines matters. The road widening was simply over widening the road for safety, but it seems safety comes last. If you remove this condition after being mocked and manipulated, then you are complicit.
Okay, Mr. Missing, I'm going to ask you to stop there, and if we continue to make insinuations of this, I will have to adjourn the meeting shortly for a short period of time while I seek
What's
further...
an insinuation?
I will have to adjourn the meeting to seek further advice if we continue on with this line of points.
Not an insinuation.
We're only able to deal with the matter that is in front of us.
Yeah, but it's the same people.
Okay, you have another 45 seconds to continue your points. After that, and if I could just encourage you to keep your points related to this particular application and relating to the widening of the road.
Related to exactly this one in the point. Okay. The point is, they claimed they are not owners of the other side of the road. They are the people who are buying it. End of, mate. That's it.
Okay, thank you. There is one final speaker, Pauline, missing to address the committee. And if I could just make that same point, that we are only able to determine and use the information that is in front of us related to the widening of the road and the removal of this particular condition before us. We are not able to take any considerations around other developments into the equation this evening.
Right, yeah.
You will have 3 minutes. Sorry, Mr. Pissing. You'll have 3 minutes to address the committee from now.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Chairman. It's relating to the removal of the condition 19 for the widening of Gardeners Close. This was required before development took place, obviously, in accordance with the granted planning application 17-01450 full. And it was originally deferred pending discussions between the Council and Essex County Council Highways at the Council meeting earlier this year in February. Essex County Council so far haven't responded to me as I've asked for their side of the discussions. Whilst the town legal opinion and Highways technical note prepared by the applicant's transport consultants have been provided in the information pack, the discussions between the parties have not, and therefore I don't feel it's been provided with a transparent discussion. The plan on page 89, I don't know if anyone can see that, only shows previous houses on phase 1. It doesn't show the houses on phase 2, which are relevant to this application. Therefore, it doesn't draw attention to how close the dwellings are on the road, which we believe the distance to be inconsistent with the covenants for which the site of 30-foot distance from the road, and therefore does not clearly show that the reader of the information the potential danger to pedestrians, homeowners and road users. Other factors not taken into account is the new residents parking in Gardeners Close. I did ask for the council to go out and look at several occasions to view it. However, between the junction of Gardeners Lane South and Brayburn Way, which further impinges on the road width of Gardeners Close when parking partially on pathway and road obstructing the footpath. This has led to undesirable increase on street parking to the detriment of road users and safety. The turning of vehicles also out of Brayburn Way makes an uneasy manoeuvring of vehicles onto the close, and they appear to be over on the other side of the road, especially dangerous when traffic approaching from out of the end of the road and the property when the clubs are in full use, etc. As they merely pull out on most occasions without stopping. Hence, I've issued my concerns to Essex County Council and on several occasions, and they were going to put stop lines in. Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep. Yep. Did you hear the last bit about the Essex highways where I'd asked them for stop lines and they were arranging with Andersons to have them installed? But that's been quite some time. Anyway, I'll go on. Regarding the opinion of town legal and their advice in their letter that in the event of a refusal of planning, there would be a strong case for appeal. I propose that the safety issues and proper planning should be greater concern than the risk of them being ignored due to concern over costs. Just because no accidents have occurred doesn't mean to say it's safe. How could safety concerns have changed? But in any case, if the condition has been considered at the proper time before development started, costs could have been mitigated for both sides. And it
Mrs. Missing, I'm afraid your time is up. If you could start to wrap up, please.
All right, I'll just try and see if it was obviously statement on page 130, but most important is that then I suppose I would like to end by saying that my original comments on the 22nd of October still stand, as fortunately they had been written before details of JCN's letter was forwarded to us by the council. As I say, I've had to miss quite a bit out, but thank you for hearing anyway.
Okay, thank you all members of the public for addressing the committee this evening. I think as I've always said time and time again, the public engagement in the planning policy process is very important. But it's also important that we look at the facts as well. And that this, in relation to this particular application, the minutes of the previous meeting on the 18th of February were approved by this committee at our March meeting. While I seem to remember at the meeting in February expressing my sympathy with the concerns around road safety and the proposal here to remove that condition. I had sympathy with those that were against that. But I strongly encouraged at that meeting that we seek further guidance from the Highways Authority, because without them, we wouldn't be able to advance this at an appeal stage. Councillor Rimmer.
Yeah, I mean, my recollection, thank you, Chair, my recollection was slightly different, to be honest with you. And I think the minutes never are a verbatim account of what actually was discussed. I mean, that's one of my issues with it, to be honest, but that's the style, the House style of how we take minutes in this council, and that's fair enough. But actually, we did have a discussion about, and we were very close, I think, as a committee, to actually deciding against withdrawing this particular condition. And then our officers, and in particular our head of planning, intervened and said, actually, there may be another way, that it would be worth talking to county and to talk to Essex Highways to see, to actually share our concerns and to discuss before, and then come back again. And that's what happened as far as I'm concerned. I'm shocked and disheartened, not in the efforts of our head of planning, but what seems to be an absolute stonewalling by county. That they haven't, you know, this is a condition that they placed upon it. And it also, and I know there's certain accusations that have been made that I don't hold any water with, just let me say that. But one accusation that was made wasn't really of any sort of criminal intent or anything like that, but was in relation to the ownership of the actual parcel of land south of this road. And this seems to be a material fact in actually considering this that I don't, and that's now being put into question. So at the moment, I am minded to refuse this, but I'm also, for me to actually consider this properly, I'd actually need to know whether I'm actually being presented an accurate picture in terms of the ownership of that land, to understand whether it is actually feasible for the developers to widen that road, or whether, unfortunately, or whether, in fact, this claim that they're not having cooperation from the owners is actually not correct, because they are the owners.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. Ms. Lyons, do you wish to address any of those points raised?
Councillor Rimmer, I mean, obviously, the point is the fact that what's within the red line and the ownership of the site we've got on the planning application, and there is no indication on that planning application of any other land they own in the vicinity. We know that there's been a recent development agreement between Homes England and Inland Homes, but whether that is Inland Homes Gardeners Park LLP, I don't know. So I can't answer that question, and therefore I can't require anybody else to do works that would be part of this planning application. So as far as I'm concerned, my answer to you is the fact that I don't know who owns that other land and whether that land is owned by the same company that own this development site, because that is fact, Councillor Rimmer.
Councillor Rimmer, come back.
I trust you implicitly on this, so please let that be known. I'm just concerned about the evidence I have to make a decision on this, because obviously I'm being told by the developers that they are actually having a lot of trouble, you know, they're swimming through custard to try and widen this road. But I'm being presented with other facts that actually suggest that this isn't the case, but in fact, it would be a lot easier for them to actually widen the road than we have been given to believe. So I've been before this because I think I'm shocked by the stonewalling of Essex Highways. I was minded to refuse anyway, but with this extra doubt about actually how feasible it is to widen the road or not, and it's no reflection on our office, as I can tell you. It is a reflection on what we've been told by in the mix of things. I just don't see how I could determine in a way to review, actually withdraw this condition.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. Councillor Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quite consistently agreeing with Councillor Rimmer this evening. Road safety, it's, you know, so there hasn't been any accidents so far. And I have actually been down that road, probably for the last planning decision. And there is, it's difficult. There is, you know, on-street parking, and I have seen development vehicles. And now with the new suggestion from Mr. Missing, that in fact the details that we've been given, that the applicant can't find who owns that land, and now we're hearing that, well, you're in negotiation for it, or you've purchased it. I mean, to make a decision on what we've been told, I feel very uncomfortable, like Councillor Rimmer. And I'm just wondering whether we can hold this decision pending us finding out the ownership of that land.
I'll invite Ms. Lyons to address the points later on, but I've had an indication from Councillor Morris.
Yes, quite honestly, I think this is a load of smoke and mirrors. Whoever owns the piece of land on the other side of the road is irrelevant. This planning application was for a specific plot of land, not for the plot of land the other side. If there is a condition for widening the road, the widening should be done within the plot of land that we're making the decision on. So the fact that the applicant didn't widen the road when he was building the houses is his problem. It's nothing to do with the land the other side of the road, or who owns it, or whether they can get that person to widen the road. It should have been done within the development that has been developed. There's one point. It's interesting that you know, I don't know what the county council came back and said, or did they flatly refuse to discuss the issue? I wonder if Ms. Lyons can give a little bit more detail of what happened when she approached them about trying to resolve the issue of widening the land, and why they think that we should take it off. That's what I've got to say on that issue at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I have got a little bit of sympathy with the applicants here, because this area, as all members will know, and I know the members of the public that spoke earlier will be aware, it is an area that's always been indicated as a comprehensive development area. It goes back to the time when I was leader of the council, and that's a long, long while ago, too long ago, some might say. The real issue is dealing with the government agencies involved, and if that land is in the ownership of Homes England, or whichever department it is now, trying to negotiate with them is an absolute nightmare. And certainly we did try, and even during the period I've been at County Hall, we've tried to get parts of that site developed, and it's like hitting your head against a brick wall. The other problem is, as was rightly mentioned, unregistered land. There are ways of overcoming the ownership of registered land, and you can put in a legal indemnity to effectively allow you to take it if the ownership can't be proved. So there are ways around it, but so I'm just a bit concerned about the involvement of third parties and how they frustrate the developer being able to comply with the wishes of the council.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Councillor Kettle. Oh, Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chair. I feel inclined to agree with what Councillor Morris has said, that I feel that the applicant should have done the widening of the road on the plot of land that was voted for, and it's really got nothing to do with who owns the land on the other side.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. We weren't able to make a decision, and in the February meeting, we made a decision to defer this item to seek further clarification from Essex County Council. We've now had that. Charles, would you be able to talk us through that, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I just wanted to read a couple of paragraphs from the developer's transport consultant. They produced a note as part of this application. Thought it just might be useful if I could just read a couple of lines from that. The majority of Gardeners Close between Gardeners Road, Gardeners Lane South and Phase 1 entrance is in excess of 4.8 metres wide, but it is acknowledged there's a length of about 40 metres within Gardeners Close, which is slightly narrower. And then it goes on to say that 2 cars can pass within roads down to 4.1 metres in width. And it talks also about the Essex Design Guide and Manual for Streets, which sets road widths. And it says, in terms of the Essex Design Guide, what they call a Type 4 minor access road, which is a road serving up to 200 units, can be accommodated on a 4.8 metre wide road. And typically a road serving a larger development of up to 700 units, you'd be looking at the full 6 metre wide road. So I think on that basis, what they're trying to say is this development is serving, this road is serving a development of circa 77, 78 units in its current format, and therefore a 4.8 metre road width is adequate and doesn't need to be widened. So I think that's one of the considerations for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. And just in relation to the letter that we've received on page 127 of the agenda from Essex County Council, they are supporting, my understanding is that they're supporting the removal of this condition. Are you able to, either for you, Mr. Sweeney or Mr. Benson, to update on the conversations that took place that led to this letter?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to scroll through the report just to see what additional information county were able to provide us with. Yeah, so I mean, it is still quite light, but it just reconfirms that position that they're satisfied with the information that the road isn't required to be widened for a development of this size, and it talks about the constraints that we've spoken about, but also we need to consider the size of the development that the road is serving. So you know, the fact is, 2 cars can pass by quite adequately at this road width. Even down to 4.1 metres, and I think we're largely at 4.8 metres. So in terms of in terms of the road serving phases 1 and 2, the view is that it's adequate, and that's basically what Essex Highways are saying. But I accept they're quite light on justification, but nonetheless their position is quite clear.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Are there any other members that wish to ask any points on Councillor Rimmer?
My colleague, I do wish to speak, but my colleague, Councillor Buckley, put his hand up first.
Sorry, Councillor Buckley, you may go first.
Thanks, Chairman. Am I clear enough for you to understand this time? You said it was blurry before.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Okay,
I'll try and shout at you next time. Okay, just a simple point, actually not relating to the highway, because I think that's largely been dealt with in the discussion. But there are a couple of restrictions in there, talking about clearance of vegetation and so on. Out of interest, it says the bird breeding season, which it defines as March to August, and hedgehog hibernation season, which it defines as October to March. Am I correct, therefore, in thinking that the only time that the developer can clear any vegetation off the site is September?
Mr. Benson, Mr. Sweeney?
I feel like we're all hedgehogs in hibernation now.
Yeah, sorry. So, in terms of hedgehogs, so the condition says no vegetation clearance between October and March inclusive in respect of hedgehogs. And so, what was the second point? The breeding birds.
Bird breeding season, which it says is March to August. And it just seems to me that if you're saying to a landowner, notwithstanding what decision we make, that there is only 1 month in the year when they're entitled to clear the ground for the development, it just seems unreasonably restrictive.
Yeah, I mean, what we say also, what we say is if that isn't possible, then they potentially can do it, but they need to be inspected by a suitably qualified ecologist. So there is the opportunity for them to do works within those periods, but it needs to be sort of under supervision.
That's Rimmer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's actually quite very much a supplementary to the question you asked, because I don't think we got an answer. Apologies to the officer, Charles. It was actually, you asked what conversations led to that report, from council, from county officers, because we got their justifications, as the officer said, were quite light, but we didn't hear what conversations led to that, because when we met in this matter, we were told that conversations would take place.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. Mr. Benson, is this you in a position to answer on that?
Yes, Councillor Ferguson. We contacted Essex County Council to provide us with further information, and the email response that they sent to the developers was the information that we received from them.
Councillor Rimmer.
Feels like they're taking, that's a complete total disregard for us as a planning authority, doesn't it, really? No offence, but to actually just send information that they've sent to the developer when we've asked reasonable questions from our planning professional to their planning professionals to their highways agency, I think it's a disgraceful way to treat our officers, just as a point of note. And I really don't know what we have to do to actually improve this relationship, so that they're actually seriously considering the issues that relate to highways in relation to planning applications. But it's probably that I don't want to talk about the professionalism too much of their officer class, but it is strikingly weird that actually we had this request for this condition to be put on this application. We approved this application for development with that condition. That was part of the holistic look of why we approved this application. And now they suddenly are disregarding it and giving very light justification for doing so. And also not really engaging with our planning department and our officers, despite us wasting our time on it, because this is the second meeting. We could have made a decision there and then, but we deferred to actually give them time to actually engage with us.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. I completely agree with everything that you've said there, and yeah, I think that really sums up the position. We'll move to the recommendation on page 88, and the final thing that I'll say is that I have complete sympathy with the residents that have spoken tonight and the concerns that they've raised, but without any assistance and support from the Highways Authority, it puts us in a very difficult position to go against that. Sorry, Councillor Fellows, as you politely indicated, I'll come to you.
Just a quick one, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I did indicate earlier that perhaps we could put a condition on. I'm not sure at which juncture I should raise that.
Would you be able to reiterate the point that you were making earlier, Councillor Fellows? Yeah,
I think there's great concern on the road safety, and I know the officer, Mr. Sweeney, said that the width of 4.8 metres is considered suitable for 2 vehicles to pass, and I wouldn't challenge that. Just a basic maths would would support him, but that's okay when the road is clear. But as been stated, and I've seen myself, that road is often not clear. There are vehicles parked halfway up the path and halfway on the road. I'm just wondering whether there'd be some form of restriction, possibly during the building phase or permanently, that we could say, got to keep your vehicles in the compound.
I'll hand over to Ms. Lyons, and I believe we could put forward an informative around this.
We could put an informative that requires a parking management plan to be provided as part of the construction phase, and also we could put that they sign up to the considerate construction process as well, which would then require them to do all this as part of that process. Because it's not land in their ownership, I can't condition it. So that's the problem in terms of it's a road. If it was within the planning application site, then we could do it, but it's not. So we could put an informative that says they would have to look at being part of considerate construction scheme, and also that they would agree that parking would be within a defined area, but that would only be an informative, not a condition.
Councillor Fellows, do you wish to come back on that at all?
I will bow to Ms. Lyons' experience, but sadly, I would say, but thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now proceed to the recommendation on page 88 that planning application number 19/01348/VAR be granted planning permission subject to the completion of a deed of variation to the existing section 106 legal obligations. Sorry, bear with me. Legal obligations agreed pursuant to planning application 17/01450/full are secured, including a financial contribution to the Essex Coastal Rams, payments to local payment authorities, professional and legal fees associated with the completion, deed of variation, and the conditions set out at the end of the report, with any amendments that might be necessary to the issue of a decision notice, and subject to the inclusion of the informative as set out on the lines recommended by Ms. Lyons for inclusion of a management plan and signing up to the considerate construction phase code of conduct. So we'll now proceed to the vote. Councillor Kettle. Sorry, Councillor Kettle, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Against.
Councillor Reid. Sorry, Councillor Reid, you're on mute.
Against.
Councillor Rimmer.
Against.
Councillor Buckley.
For.
Councillor Fellows. I hate myself, but I think we have to accept it because we've had the carpet whipped from under our feet by the Highway Authority.
Could you just confirm your vote, please, Councillor Fellows?
Yes, I accept.
Thank you. Councillor Fellows, you've taken the words out of my mouth that I am also voting in favour with a heavy heart. With my casting vote, that does mean that this has been accepted. So we will now proceed on to item number 7, tree preservation order number 19/00007/TPO, land at the west of Castleton Road and north of London Road in Whitford, pages 137 to 164 of your agenda. We also have speakers that wish to address the committee on this item, and Nina has been waiting patiently all evening. So over to you, Nina.
Sorry, Chairman, I Just clearing it,
Hiya.
was lobbied on this, so if that can be noted.
Thank you, Kemi. Can we make sure that that's noted that Councillor Buckley was lobbied on this item?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great, thank you. So I'll just start with a quick introduction to the matter, followed by reading out some representations from neighbours and other interested parties. This matter came to our attention in September 2019, and planning was made aware of work within an area of woodland to the rear of Castleton Road in Wickford. It was noted that number 19, Castleton Road, had recently been granted permission for the demolition of the existing bungalow and construction of a detached 2-storey 4-bedroom house. Since this decision in April 2019, the bungalow was demolished, but no reconstruction work has taken place. Instead, the owner has used the property to access the land to the rear, which is under the same title, land registry title, in order to remove trees and vegetation. Although no TPO was in place, the work did require a felling licence from the Forestry Commission, and they've since confirmed that no such licence was obtained, and this forms part of a separate investigation. But since then, the Basildon Planning Department has sought to protect the woodland from further destruction by way of a tree preservation order. Subsequently, a council agricultural officer attended the site and inspected and assessed the trees and vegetation in December 2019. And as a result of his findings, an order was created which covered all vegetation in the area shown on the TPO plan. If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. The council informed all neighbouring residents, as well as of course all the landowners, and received 12 letters of support, as well as a letter from the Essex Wildlife Trust in support of confirmation of the TPO. The letters kindly sent to us cover the following points, which are pertinent to the decision to confirm the order by this committee. So I'll just, obviously all the letters were quite long and had a lot of detail in them, but mostly covered the same points. So I'll summarise them here. Their reasons for us confirming the order is the recent destruction, which has resulted in part of the site in question being partially cleared of woodland. The part of the site that was viewed by the council agriculture officers subsequent to the felling, who have since confirmed the remaining vegetation and trees are still worthy of protection. Neighbouring properties are now prone to flooding, especially now some of the vegetation trees have been removed. The woodland contribute to reducing carbon dioxide and improving air quality. The presence of many woodland creatures, including but not limited to hedgehogs, bats, missel, thrushes, jackdaws, woodpeckers, cuckoos, owls, crows, rooks, magpies, jays, starlings, herons, finches, sparrows, mallards, and as well as foxes, badgers, muntjac deer, squirrels, frogs, toads, lizards, snakes, and glowworms. As such, the woodland has important horticultural contribution. The presence of a variety of trees and vegetation include oak, ash, hazel, hawthorn, and fruit trees. Again, it's not limited to that list. The woodland forms an important visual feature to both Castleton and London roads, and it's been described as the last proper bit of natural habitat for local wildlife in the area. And there have been points raised of how limited the existing woodland is in the rest of Wickford. The Essex Wildlife Trust kindly provided some points on this, including that the woodland is a notified priority habitat. Note that the council's made this order because of the woodland forms an important visual feature and contributes to the amenity of the area. They wish to point out that the woodland has also has significant ecological value, providing foraging and breeding habitats for a range of wildlife and contributing to local biodiversity. I'll quickly summarise the reasons for objection in the letter, which is provided in enclosure 2. The area of the objection that we've received only applies to a small area of or part of the area of the woodland that's being proposed for protection. I've got a image of that if you'd like me to share it on my screen.
Yep, if you're able to, please, Nina. Yep.
So the area in red obviously is the part that's owned by this property developer who has made this objection. The grounds of their rejection are that the trees in question can't be seen from London Road or Castle Road and therefore cannot be enjoyed by the public, that only 15 properties overlook the land, meaning the land owned by them, and have restricted views of the existing canopy. The collective impact of the trees is reduced by the fact that the TPO covers a much larger area, which again cannot be seen by the public. The overall condition of the trees located within their land, which are predominantly oaks, are not in good condition. And they confirm that it's not their intention to remove any further trees unless they become dead, dying, or dangerous, but to manage them in accordance with sound arboricultural practices and procedures. Our council's arboriculture officer's response to this has been the reason for the order is to protect the remaining trees from further damage and fragmentation. The trees are not in poor condition, and whilst they have limited visibility, they are still visible and are valuable habitats. The fact that the trees were felled shows the need for their protection. And I wonder if it's worth, just for the purposes of further discussion, should it be needed. I don't know if this can be seen very well, but it's just so to conclude, in terms of its contribution to the local area with its positive impact on visual amenity, its contribution to improving air quality, as well as it being an important habitat for local wildlife, the woodland as proposed is worthy of protection by way of a TPO. I'd like to ask if Ian Dunn, our arboriculture officer who's on the conference call, would like to make any further comments?
Yeah, hi Nina, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add is that there's still an ongoing investigation by DEFRA, and they're hoping to get a restock notice managed by the Forest Commission to restock the site. So hopefully in the future it will be restocked to the correct level that it was before. That's the only thing I'd like to add.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nina. Ian, we'll now go into technical questions for clarification before we invite representation from members of the public. I will come round to each person individually, but Councillor Rimmer, you have indicated your hand first of all.
Yes, I just wanted to know with the restock exercise, how many additional trees would need to be planted, and in terms of the diversity of the species that would be planted, I have an understanding of that.
Yeah, I can answer that. Yeah, that basically the restock notice would, depending on what the Forest Commission would advise, it would be native broadleaves that go back in. They will be planted at a certain spacing to ensure that an adequate number of trees go on to become mature and result in a mature oak woodland, a classic lowland oak woodland in England. So they would be required to maintain those trees so that the restocking was adequate.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer, do you wish to come back on that at all?
Yeah, thank you for that part of the reply. It was just, do we know roughly what type of, how many there would actually be that would have to be planted in terms of these saplings?
It would be the area that Nina showed in red would be probably where they would ask for the restock, because that's when most of the felling took place. I mean, there'll be natural regeneration anyway on the site. Once the tree goes and there's more light gets in, so it'll naturally regenerate. So they may adjust the amount of restocking depending on what's coming up now. But it'd be native species, and it'd be done for the future. To make sure the woodland becomes better stocked as it is now.
Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of questions. I will comment on the item once we've gone through the Q&A part. Just touching on the restock, I heard mention of the word saplings. These were, as far as I can tell, substantial mature trees that were removed. So are we expecting them to be replaced with something substantial? Because after all, if you plant saplings, it's relatively easy for them to be removed, relocated, die off, whatever. I haven't got very green fingers, so anything small dies in my garden, but that's a different story. The other question, we put on what I would call a temporary TPO back before Christmas. Were any of the trees removed after that TPO was put in place?
Would you like to go first, Ian?
Yeah. Yeah, in terms of the size of the tree, that would depend on what the Forest Commission currently recommend, but you'd probably be looking at trees about 1 to 2 metres high, but they would be required to maintain those trees so that any that die, they would have to replant new trees if any do die. So obviously you can only plant small trees, but eventually in time, obviously not immediately, you're not going to get mature trees, but in time you will do, provided the site is protected.
Councillor Buckley, do you have any further points? Oh, sorry, Nina, do you want to address those points?
Yeah, so I was just going to ask for clarification.
Sorry,
on
Councillor
what you were
Buckley, we'll
asking.
just let Nina finish first of all. Yeah, sorry, Nina, carry on.
So, sorry, I was just going to ask for further clarification on what your question, please, Councillor Buckley. What were you asking?
Yeah, the second part of the question was about the timing of when trees were cut down or uprooted. Were any taken down after the TPO was put in place? The other comment I was just going to make was that I have seen other places and other planning applications where mature trees have been specified, which would be more than the 1 to 2 metres that the officer suggested.
Sorry, Councillor Buckley, let me just quickly cut in. We're dealing with two different bits of legislation here. One is under the forestry legislation and one is under the TPO legislation. So the Forestry Commission have got involved because the gentleman has felled without a felling licence, and therefore it's a matter for the Forestry Commission and not a matter for the local planning authority in terms of a TPO. So what they are looking for, they're looking to create woodland management, which is why you look at smaller trees and you look at a different planting regime. We ask for bigger trees when we deal with matters around a TPO being removed and what you replant it with. So you're looking at two different legislation. We don't control the Forestry Commission legislation, that's controlled by the Forestry Commission. So DEFRA deal with that. Is that clearer?
And I can confirm that no further trees or vegetation has been cleared. As far as we're aware, we've got a lot of nearby residents who are quite up to date, I should think, with that there's a TPO in place. So they've been very good at getting on to us as soon as there's been any activity.
Councillor Morris.
Yes, in the report, the landowner who's identified as P&PR asked if the officers would speak to them. I wonder if that conversation took place.
We've not, no, we've not actually had any further correspondence with them. But it doesn't, as raised in my report, the TPO and confirmation of it doesn't stop any particular plans for developmental proposals. And those are the kind of conversations that will happen later on down the line when there is actually some kind of proposal in place. But this is all, these proposals would form part of the emerging plan, which is quite far from fruition at the moment.
Ian, is there anything you want to add on to that at all?
No, I'm fine with that.
Sorry, Nina, we lost the second part of what you were saying there, just up to doesn't stop any development taking place. Is there anything you wanted to add, or was it me that froze? Apologies. Councillor Morris, is there any further questions that you have? Councillor Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think it's a disgraceful butchery of our natural forests and endangering. As I understand it, there's some animals, creatures in there that may be under European protection. I know we're talking specifically about the TPO, but I'm just wondering, is there any action that we're going to be taking? Because I believe some of them are protected under European law.
I'm not sure that that's a matter for. I understand where you're coming from, what you're saying. I don't think it's a matter for planning, unfortunately. As Christine touched upon earlier, things in relation to the replacing the trees and the felling without a license, that it's all covered by different legislation. So I don't have anything further to add in that respect, unfortunately.
Councillor Reid.
No one from me. No.
Thanks, Councillor Fellows. Councillor Reid.
No questions at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kettle. Councillor Kettle, you're on mute as well.
Right. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Well, my concern is I've just been reading the agenda and there's some photographs which I don't agree with, where it is absolutely disgusting that these are trees has been just chopped down and lying blue smoke with animals. And I agree with Councillor Rimmer. How many trees are going to be replaced to repair this eyesore, which I am looking at the moment?
That would be decided by the Forest Commission on restock levels that they would recommend per metre. So they may recommend, let's say, 2 trees for every square metre, but it may be less than or more than that. It depends what they consider appropriate. But once they would then be planted, and then obviously not all of the trees will go on to maturity, but they would have to restock a certain level to make sure that a certain number of trees do go on to maturity. That's how that works.
Thank you. Councillor Kettle, do you have any further questions?
No, I think it's also, but just looking at these pictures, it just seems that it's a very vast area of land where the trees have been down. So you really do need a lot more trees for help with the air pollution and everything else. But he's answered my question, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison, do you have any points that you'd like to ask?
Simple question. Planted. Will the TPO cover those as well?
It will do, yes.
Okay.
Okay, if there are no further technical questions for clarification, we'll now invite members of the public to address the committee. And I'd like to invite Mr. Steve Nolder, first of all. Mr. Nolder, you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee. If I could ask, if you're watching on YouTube, if you could just pause the YouTube or turn the sound off on the YouTube recording. Invite members of the public to address the committee, and I'd like to invite Mr. Steve Nolder. Yeah, Mr. Nolder, sorry, Mr. Nolder, just before you start speaking, if you could just pause the YouTube recording, just if you've got it on there at all. And you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee, and that will start from now.
Okay. Hope you can hear me okay. I'm a resident who lives on Castledon Road, and I'm representing quite a lot of the residents who live in the vicinity. Many of them have been here for decades. I don't think there's any doubt about the TPO being confirmed. Nina Johnson Marshall's report kind of recommends it. the arboricultural report by Paul Smith, that the area scores a 32 and it only needs a 15 to warrant a TPO. The Forestry Commission and Essex Wildlife Trust recognise it as a priority woodland habitat. The woodland is also documented in Basildon's local plan H15 as an important woodland to be retained as well. Thank you, Nina, for amending some of your inaccuracies in your earlier report and also for giving some airtime to the residents' comments. I was very disappointed when they weren't originally enclosed. Confirming the TPO does not appear to be in any doubt to me. My concern stems back to the exec summary, which says that the TPO brings any works to the woodland under the control of the council and subject to applications to be considered on their own merits. I'm not filled with confidence on that point. This is a council that is not very good at managing TPOs. The council was previously advised to two separate parties at the outset that this woodland was indeed already covered by a TPO, giving incorrect and false information. The council has also lost two TPO requests for this woodland, one sent by registered post and trackable by me. The other one lost from one of the council arboritorists, Ian Dunn, who's been on this call, who hand delivered this into planning. And again, that went missing as well. The council has also ignored and dismissed and belittled local residents' complaints about both the illegal tree felling, the destruction of priority habitat and forest fires. In short, I don't trust Basildon Council to manage this TPO in an honest way, and I would seek that the Forestry Commission retain joint responsibility of any work request to be carried out. We must remember that in the last 2 weeks and over the May bank holiday weekend, more woodland has been cut down. There was a chainsaw in action for 4 days. This was all reported to Basildon Council, so I'm surprised Nina doesn't know anything about it. Live tree stumps were felled, and trees that had been previously felled, the evidence has been removed. This was all arranged by the developer, which was not permitted by the Forestry Commission or DEFRA.
Mr. Noldy, your time is up. If you could start to just wrap up, please.
Okay, I'll wrap up, but I think there's some important points you need to hear here, so I appreciate it if you don't shush me. Basildon Council also didn't improve this further felling either. The letter from PMPR Property Developments is full of inaccurate statements.
Okay, Mr. Nolder, I'm afraid I've been generous with the time.
I'm afraid you would just listen for one bit
I'm
longer,
afraid
I have a report which I'm going to pass to my MP, which is going to go to the Office for Environmental Protection, and they have the powers to investigate Basildon Council for malpractice and for not adhering to environmental matters. So anybody who knows me will know that when I'm passionate about something, I will not let it go, and I will see it through to the end. So
Mr. Nolder, thank you for addressing the committee this evening, but we have been over our time.
Thank you for shushing me. I'm sure I've gone over your time.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite Mr. Buxton to address the committee this evening, who will also have 3 minutes to address the committee. Mr. Buxton, you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee from now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 main points. This preservation order should be confirmed. Obviously, as I wrote to the solicitor, the trees absorb an enormous amount of surface drainage, which last winter waterlogged all the rear gardens. It's a dry spell now, but it caused considerable trouble in the gardens at the rear of the Castleton Road properties. And if they were removed, there'd be even more trouble. There was a pond in this corner, if I mark it, in a corner there.
Sorry, Mr. Buxton, we're unable to see any points that you're referring to, but we're also not able to look at any maps or any additional evidence at this point. Don't worry, I'll give you the time back that I've taken up for saying that.
Thank you. The pond has been filled in, but filled in with rubble, but that took an enormous amount of water. The other point is, it is a haven for wildlife. There's hedgehog in there, and there's several species of birds. This is one that appeared this morning. I don't know whether you can see it.
We're not able to see any points that you're referring to, I'm afraid.
No, you can't see it. No, it's a great spotted woodpecker. That was there this morning. The green woodpecker also. All these find refuge in the woods, as well as many smaller birds. Wildlife is under stress in this country. This does provide a haven, very welcome haven for many species. And if it was removed with buildings, paving, roads, they would all disappear. It's a very good amenity area in an urban area, and the trees should remain, or in fact should be replanted where they've been destroyed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton, for addressing the committee, and thank you both, Mr. Nolder and Mr. Buxton, for your patience in waiting for us to get to this agenda item this evening.
Thank you.
We will now go to the main deliberation, and again, I'll come to each councillor individually. Councillor Morris.
When I read the points that were put by the applicant as to why this shouldn't be continued, I made the same conclusion as I later read the officer had made. They said that they had no intention to fell any more trees, so therefore we didn't need to make the application. On the other hand, if they have no intention to fell any more trees, they have got no objection to it either, have they?
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, there's no points from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, a few points. As I mentioned earlier, I live in Castledon Road, not in the stretch that backs onto this. I'm nearer the river at the north end of the road. But the ground behind where I live is also part of H15. And that also has mature trees on it. And just to reinforce what the previous member of the public said, yeah, I regularly see green woodpeckers, magpies, and there are actually bats living in the oak trees. And I can't imagine that the wildlife is any different at the southern end of H15. But I just wanted to comment as well on a couple of the points that the developer has made. Only a small number of properties, 15 he mentions, being able to overlook the land. That's true. But if H15 is developed, which one would expect if the local plan is endorsed by the inspector, there will be a lot more properties there. And certainly in the past, I was a member of the planning committee that gave permission for substantial parts of the Wick Meadows development in Wickford. And you'll find that many of the original trees are retained there. They were retained because we put a block TPO on them. And I really think that we have to do the same here to make sure that there's no accidents with JCBs or anything like that, which we all know happens from time to time, I'm sure genuinely on most sites. So I think we should be endorsing this order, but we should also make sure that if there are any breaches of the order, an immediate remedy is available, because this goes back to October, and it's now October, November, and it's now only just reached the committee. I would like some assurances from officers that in the event that an illegal activity takes place, there will be a much quicker action with a stop order or whatever the appropriate legal definition is.
I just address that point. It doesn't, I appreciate what you're saying. It doesn't matter when it's come to committee, the protection is still the same. So whether it's temporary or permanent, the protection is the same. If any activity has taken place while it was temporary or permanent, it's still illegal activity. So there has been reports of activity on the sites the last couple of weeks, and these have been investigated, and officers have been able to look into this. So it's not correct that we haven't. We have most certainly, and any reports that we receive, because it's an offence to carry out any works to vegetation trees that's protected, it's obviously it's a high priority for the planning enforcement team.
I wasn't trying to suggest that officers didn't respond, but really just keen to ensure timeliness, because we've seen with other breaches of planning law that even a delay of a day can cause major problems subsequently.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Councillor Rimmer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. For me, this is a no-brainer, really. I mean, I've been making decisions against back garden developments because I'm concerned about wildlife affected by borders of flowers being ripped up, let alone a high quality area of woodland where there's clearly a rich environment of wildlife, British wildlife, that's been spotted by members of the public and fellow councillors. It really needs to be protected. And this council, gave itself an ambitious target of 1 million trees that seems to have gone quiet on a little bit. So I think we need a tree audit, and maybe this protection is a step in actually getting closer to that target. If anybody has influence with the people that put that target on this council in the first place, that would be much appreciated. But as other councillors, such as Councillor Buckley has alluded to, I think we need to get better at actually implementing tree protection orders all over the place. We've seen a few planning applications come to us where it has been reported that there was a mature oak tree or a mature tree of some description at one point, but unfortunately it has already been felled before we've had a chance to put a TPO on it, and so it's no longer a planning consideration. I'm not going to go too much into that. It's just one point. I just commend this recommendation and will be wholeheartedly supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. Councillor Reid.
Yes, the same as the other councillors. I agree with the TPO. It's woodland is extremely important for the environment, for the climate, and for the wildlife. And I think it's a no-brainer. We have to, confirm the TPO. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the committee that wish to speak on this item? In which case, I completely endorse the comments both from Councillor Reid and Councillor Rimmer there, that I think this is absolutely vital, and I think it's really important that we take this next step to protect our wildlife. I also agree with the point completely from Councillor Morris that if we look at the letter, it says that it's not our intention to remove any further trees. Well, then they'll have no problem with this TPO being in place to stop that from happening. So we'll now move forward to the recommendation on page 137 that the Tree Preservation Order 19/00007 TPO be confirmed. I will be voting in favour. Councillor Kettle, can you give me your vote, please?
Yeah, I'm in favour.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Favour.
Councillor Fellows.
Yes, I'm in favour.
Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, in favour.
Councillor Rimmer.
In favour.
Councillor Reid.
Favour.
That is unanimous. That is carried with 7 in favour. So we'll now proceed on to agenda item number 9, which is planning application number 20/00023 out land on east side of Newhouse Avenue in Wickford. I'd just like to inform members that we have 3 members of the public that wish to address the committee on this particular item, and I'll hand over to Mr. Humphreys.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just wait for the slides to catch up. Can you hear me okay as well?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so this relates to land on the east side of Newhouse Avenue, Wickford. It's for the development of 13 affordable bungalows. If we can go to the next slide, please. It's probably about 500 or so meters west of the area you were looking at for the tree preservation order. It's as you can see on the aerial photo there, it's north of London Road, east side of Newhouse Avenue, sort of between Walshots Road and Sugden Avenue on the western outskirts of Wickford. If you can go to the next slide, please. The site measures approximately 60 metres by 60 metres, or just under 1 acre. There it is in context. You can see there's it's a private road. There's mainly about 6 or 7 bungalows, primarily bungalows, and this piece of land is just hedge enclosed grassland. If you can go to the next slide, please. This is the indicated block plan. The application is outline form. It seeks consent for the layout and the access only at this stage. If you can go to the next slide, please. That's the intended layout. It is within the Metropolitan Greenbelt. There are no proposals to remove it from the Greenbelt in the emerging local plan. Under the adopted and emerging local plan policies, the proposal would represent inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. The applicant has sought to put forward special circumstances in the form of that it would be for affordable housing and that the council can't meet its current 5-year housing land supply. Both of these reasons would not normally be considered to amount to very special circumstances. Greenbelt would override those particular aspects. The developer has suggested putting a unilateral undertaking in to say that they would be for affordable housing, although the one that they have submitted currently conflicts with the tenure for affordable housing that we would seek, and has not been reviewed by the council's legal service. To date, we received 8 objections from nearby residents, primarily on the fact that it's within the Greenbelt, concerns that it would lead to surface water flooding in the area, overwhelm the existing local services, the road, have an adverse impact on wildlife. If I just move down, the application does follow a previous application for 4 bungalows that was refused on the site last year. They didn't appeal that scheme. Bear with me a moment. The density of the scheme in that layout proposed would also represent around 35 dwellings per hectare, which would conflict with the local character of the area, which is generally one of about 9 or 10 dwellings per hectare. But as it's within the Greenbelt and there's a presumption against inappropriate development within the Greenbelt, it's recommended for refusal for the reasons listed on page 192 of the report. Happy to shield any questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Gordon, for that. Just before we go into technical questions for clarification, I have a declaration of interest from Councillor Morris.
Yes, just to let you know that I have actually been lobbied on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Do you have any technical questions for clarification?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. In the past, there's been lots of discussions around a designation of plotlands, and several of the areas adjoining this particular site come under that category. I always thought this was in the same sort of category as Sugden Avenue, Branksome Avenue, which are adjacent turnings. I wonder if officers can offer some clarity on that, because obviously we would approach something in a plotland area different to the way that we would approach something in what we term as a wholly Greenbelt area.
Thank you, Councillor. Whilst it is shown as being a former sort of plotland area within the old adopted local plan, it that doesn't carry any greater weight in terms of its Greenbelt allocation. We do have there is a draft proposed infill policy for plotland areas in the emerging local plan, although that does only carry very limited weight at present and would only seek to allow infill within on plots within existing frontages between existing dwellings, and I don't think that falls within that category at the current time. But like I said, that only carries very limited little weight at the moment because it hasn't been reviewed by an inspector and examination in public.
Thank you. Councillor Fellows.
Nothing from me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
I'm just looking at the highways objection, and just in respect of that, and the access road, and they're talking about widening the road. I'm just seeing what sort of consideration has been given to that by the developer.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, I see the Highway Authority raised no objection subject to conditions regarding widening and access into the site. It is a private road, so they would need to get to some agreement with the residents about maintaining that. But I think the Highway Authority didn't raise an objection on the number of dwellings proposed. That it would have a significant adverse effect on highway safety, given the low level of traffic use in that road.
And am I right in saying they've objected on parking grounds as well, that there's no concern that it's inadequate parking provision?
Sorry, Councillor, no, they've raised no objection. I'm just looking at page, bear with me a moment. Let me just have a look. This is on page 183, item 9, we're on.
I'm sorry, it's not objection, but they've stipulated a series of conditions that seem to alter the application. Am I wrong?
Sorry, bear with me, Councillor. So they said they've got no objection subject to conditions controlling the construction of a new vehicular access of not less than 6 metres in width, provision of 2 parking spaces per dwelling as proposed, provision of a vehicle turning facility as proposed, that no unbound materials be used within 6 metres of the highway, submission of a construction management plan, and the developer would be responsible for the implementation of a residential travel pack for sustainable transport. I mean, that's sort of standard highway conditions that we could put on an application if we were minded to approve it.
Thank you.
Councillor Reid. No. Councillor Kettle.
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Okay, we do have 3 members of the public that wish to address the committee this evening. So I'd like to invite Mr. Ben Lowry, first of all. Mr. Lowry, you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee. And if I could just ask, if you're listening to the YouTube version as well as speaking on Zoom, if you could just turn the YouTube one to silent or pause.
Councillor Kettle.
So, Mr. Lowry, you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee, and your time will start now.
Good evening, members. Firstly, I'd like to address the planning matters. This is a rural exemption site and is supported by the NPPF, even on greenbelt land. On noise and disturbance from the kennels, we would like to point out that these are a minimum of 70 metres from the closest dwelling. These kennels are also closing, as highlighted by the recent planning application by the owners. On providing these affordable homes to the local community, we've submitted a draft unilateral undertaking which secures these homes for local people. This agreement also covers the RAMS mitigation payment. The entire scheme is affordable, unlike the Ramsden appeal referred to by the officers. Regarding density, each plot averages around 300 square metres, which is compliant with Essex Design Guide and is only 17 square metres smaller than Glen Helen, a dwelling adjacent to the site. There's a couple of points for people just to be aware of. There are over 2,000 applications on the housing register currently. That was done through a Freedom of Information request. I'm sure in the coming months this will only grow with the current circumstances. 249 of these are over 55 and 16 of these need wheelchair design facilities. The proposed dwellings are bungalows, with 2 of them proposed for disabled households. Estuary Housing Association, which fully supports the schemes, have families and individuals ready to take the dwellings. The site is enclosed on all sides by built forms, so there is no impact to the openness of the greenbelt. All dwellings will be low carbon with EV charging points and solar panels. Are we hoping the emerging local plan is going to deliver 2,000 affordable homes straight away? This is not the case, and the reality is most of these new homes will be at least 10 years away. I ask members to help tackle homelessness, overcrowding and inequality in the district by approving this fully affordable, sustainable development subject to appropriate conditions and an acceptable S106 agreement. Thank you for your time.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Lowry, for addressing the committee this evening. I'd now like to invite Ms. Susan Cram to address the committee, who will have 3 minutes. Ms. Cram, you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee, and your time will start now.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. It's Susan Cram here.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry, for it. Thank you. Carry on.
Right. I'm one of the neighbours opposite, who live opposite where this development is proposed, and there's only about 6 houses in our street, and we're objecting for the following reasons. The distance between us and the proposed bungalows is only the size of a lorry. The width is only the size of a lorry. It's serviced by a single track unadopted road. We're concerned about the access, both whilst the work is being carried out, and also if the bungalows are built. They're proposing 13 bungalows with 26 car park, and that's without visitors. And the cars will all have to use this small road where emergency services can barely get through themselves and the dustmen find it difficult. Noise is also will be horrendous while the construction is going on. It's a very quiet cul-de-sac, and the road itself will not be able to cope with the weight of the traffic, as the surface is not particularly good anyway. The Water Board have done some work on the road, and they had to resurface it, and there was only 2 lorries on it at the time. The visual appearance will be hampered because there's only one access point. There's one access point for the current residents, let alone all these new residents. In addition to this, we feel that our properties will be devalued as the character of the area will be affected and our privacy will be lost. As you've already said, this is a green belt area, and we don't feel that the green belt issue is being adhered to. They say that the green belt should only be in exceptional circumstances, that building should go ahead on green belt area. We don't feel that this is exceptional. 4 bungalows were previously refused, and now they're asking for 13 bungalows, which we feel obviously this will be even worse. My further understanding is that Glebe Road was asked for affordable houses as well, and this was rejected due to the green belt, and that was after appeal. So if that was rejected, why would this go ahead? I do believe that other residents, definitely our next door neighbours, are in agreement with us, with our findings. And also you mentioned about the flooding. We are on a floodplain.
Ms. Cram, we are now out of the time. If you could start to wrap up,
fine.
please.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you for addressing the committee this evening, Ms. Cram. I'd now like to invite Mr. Peter Healy, who will have 3 minutes to address the committee. Mr. Healy, as I've just said to the others, if you're watching on YouTube as well, if you could just turn YouTube on silent or pause it to not interfere with the sound, and your 3 minutes will start now. Or once we've got connection. Mr. Healy, can you hear me okay? Mr. Healy, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I think I can.
Brilliant. Thank you. So you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee and your time will start now.
Thanks for your time. I think with regards to the previous person that spoke just now, the concerns are the same. We don't live down the road that she mentions, but we are, our property is adjacent to the bottom of the garden. With regards to Bill Lowry, who mentions the scope and the intention around the position around disability and all that, all that position, that's fair enough. But the point being is that there are so many properties being built in Wickford that have the ability to do social servicing for social housing. This property that they're trying to build on is Greenbelt. We're in the floodplain of Wickford. They say they're going to put more measures in to deal with the drainage, etc. That's going to pass through for the position with W1, which you mentioned earlier, and the lady that mentioned earlier around Castleton Road. That's going to follow through. We're not taking a holistic view on the housing. We've got a strategic plan that is just not being considered when you can take these developments into account. This is an isolation project which is taking into account the profitability of the organisation that's got the interest, not the people that are in the surrounding areas that are affected by the property. When you talk about the environmental impact is quite considerable, because in that area there are many levels of wildlife that are in presence. We're talking about hedgehogs, we're talking about badgers, we are talking about kestrels, we are talking about, all sorts of wildlife that are in position. And to develop on that land would be not justified.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. And thank you,
Mr. Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Healy. Sorry, thank you, Mr.
Sounds
Healy.
like you had a drink.
Thank you, Mr. Healy. Thank you, Ms. Graham, and thank you, Mr. Lowry, for your patience in waiting for us to get to this item this evening as well. So we'll now go back into the main session and our main deliberations. Councillor Morris, do you wish to start?
Yeah, I think that all the representation from the residents, both online and in the presentation, written presentation, have been well put, and I think I agree with them.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Fellows.
My views on developing on the Greenbelt are well known. This applicant, they had application for 4 bungalows rejected, and so now they're putting in 13. I guess people can probably vote, guess which way I'm going to vote on this. It's fairly, as far as I'm concerned, fairly open and shut.
Thank you, Councillor Fellows. Councillor Kettle.
I don't agree with building on Greenbelt and floodplains. As previous I've seen what happens when this happens, and the floods get, so yeah, no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. A couple of points on there. Obviously, bungalows would be a welcome development on any scheme, but I think the fact that previously an application for 4 has been refused, I just question the wisdom of wasting the application fee for an application for 13. It's pretty obvious that if 4 is refused, 13 is going to be refused. And also there is the issue of the fact that this is an unadopted road, and I do know the road quite well. If you were going to put a development like that onto a site like this, then I would consider it to be a requirement that whoever the developer was to make the road up to an adoptable standard without recourse to the other residents, and then there would be a benefit to them. But that does not mean I would support this scheme. Going back to my earlier question around plotlands, if it had come in for 1 plot property on there, I might have been sympathetic to it. But 13, It's Claire Cook at Lend, and I shall not be supporting the application.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Yes, well, this is open and shut, I'm afraid. It's greenbelt land. We rejected it for 4, as Councillor Fellows mentioned, and now they're chancing their arm with 13. I mean, you looked at that map and you could see the other plots opposite and surrounding where they did have development. And you could probably, you know, in terms of comparison of the size, it probably was right for maybe 3 or 4 plots if it wasn't greenbelt, but it is. And we are in danger of losing our environment, and we've got to protect it as much as we possibly can. We could have written the case the developers were going to come up with in terms of why they thought there was exceptional circumstances to build over the green belt. We knew they were going to say 5-year land supply and expect us to be bowled over by that. Well, hey, we're not. And it is a waste of an application fee. As Councillor Buckley mentioned, I will be voting against this.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley, you indicated to come back.
Just a very brief point, and it's probably relevant to all developers, but specifically this one. We all recognise that there is a need for more affordable housing. There's no question about that. But when this committee comes to determine an application, it determines it on planning grounds. The tenure should not be part of that decision.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Councillor Buckley's basically said what I was going to say. I was going to say that I will vote against this application because it's inappropriate, because it's on green belt land. But I would like to thank Mr. Lowry for his very real concerns regarding the housing problem within the Basildon Borough. But I'm still going to vote against. Thank you.
Thank you. Between Councillor Rimmer and Councillor Buckley, they, despite being in different buildings, they must have seen my notes that I had written down here, because that was exactly what I was going to say, that we have an application that was on a site that was rejected for 4. We now have 13. It's still not acceptable. While affordable housing is welcome and encouraged, this site is inappropriate for development, and I will also be voting against. So we now proceed to the recommendation on page 181, that planning application number 20/00023/out be refused planning permission for the reasons stated at the end of the report on page 192. I will be voting against. Councillor Kettle. I will be voting in favour of the recommendation to refuse it. Councillor Kettle.
Voting against what you just said.
So you'll be voting in favour of the recommendation?
That's right, yeah.
Thank you. Apologies for any confusion there. Councillor Morris.
In favour of the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Fellows.
In favour of the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley.
In favour of the recommendation to refuse.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
In favour of refusing.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
In favour.
Thank you. So that application has been refused. Just want to get a steer from members that we have no further members of the public that wish to address the committee on any items, and we still have 2 housing applications and planning enforcement and appeals update. Are members minded to determine these this evening, or would you rather they were deferred to the meeting on the 23rd? Any members have any strong preferences?
I think it might be better to defer so we can do justice to the application in terms of discussion and technical questions that we might wish to ask.
Mr. Chairman,
I would take the contrary view and say we should deal with them. Sorry to disagree with one of my colleagues, but I think it's out of fairness to applicants that they should have the decision in a timely way. Added to which we saw what happened on the very first item when we took too long, they went straight to appeal for non-determination.
Thank you. Councillor Fellows.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would agree with Councillor Rimmer, with one proviso, is that we're not going to hit any type of problems by delaying for a number of weeks.
Councillor Morris.
I think we should decide them tonight. After all, you might want to cancel the next meeting on the 23rd.
Councillor Kettle. Councillor Kettle, you're on mute.
I think we should decide on them, yes.
Councillor Reid.
With the majority.
Okay, that does seem like we're going with this evening. So we don't have any member.
We've got a casting vote, Councillor Ferguson.
There wasn't an indication there. We'll proceed.
Sorry to interject, Councillor Ferguson. Would it be possible to have a comfort break, please?
So we'll take 5 minutes now and then come back and once we've got lights back on in the bus centre, we'll take 5 minutes now and then come back at just after 10 to, and then we will continue with those 2 agenda items.
Thank you.
At least we don't have the journey home after this, or most of us don't.
Very true.
Yeah, you don't have to give me a lift, Carol.
True.
Although I missed the chat debriefing on the performances of the various members of the planning committee.
Don't give my secrets away.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall in those conversations.
Wouldn't we just, eh? Oh, I wonder what the running score total is.
Sorry,
my lips are sealed.
I look forward to reading the autobiography. Sorry, Kemi.
It might not sell very well.
Have a signed copy. Sorry, Kemi.
We're still streaming live, so we can't pause the recording, unfortunately.
That's fine with me.
Thank you to members of the public still tuning in and watching the meeting. So I believe we've got everybody here. So we'll now proceed on to agenda item number 8, planning application number 20/00285/full 150 Great Berry Lane, Langdon Hills. Basildon, pages 165 to 179 to your agenda. And Mr. Gill, who's been waiting very patiently for this item this evening.
Okay, yes. This relates to, say, 150 Great Berry Lane. Proposal now is for the demolition of the existing property and the erection of 2 detached chalets. If you can go to the next slide. So the area is mixed in character. You've got bungalows to the west of the site, chalets to the east, and a mix of bungalows and houses to the south. So it's clearly in a residential area. The site itself, if you can next slide, is located on the junction of Great Berry Lane with a footpath linked to Shelley Avenue. So if you go to the next slide, the property itself is a kind of interwar bungalows being extended, and it's got its existing vehicle access to the side. If you next slide, just here is a kind of a made track. The next slide just shows the rear garden, bungalows to the rear. Keep going through. The general say character to the west of the site, and to the east you have next slide. At the east you have the kind of detached chalets with clip tips and box dormers and alike. So if we go to the next slide, so this application follows on from a refusal by the committee in February for what was at the time 2 detached chalets and a bungalow within the rear portion of the application site. That was refused by the committee on the grounds of the bungalow being out of character with the general grain of development in the area. So the applicant has then submitted this application and is now proposing just the 2 detached chalets on the front of the site. The applicant had originally excluded the rear portion of the site, but it's been revised to include that area now as part of the gardens of each of the 2 properties. Go to the next slide. Just shows the style as before. They are typical detached chalets, bonnets to the front, so a cat slide dormer to the rear. The properties themselves was set a metre off the boundaries. If you go to the next slide, just shows you the street scene. So in terms of the kind of principal, say this residential area, the site is of adequate size, capable of accommodating the size of the dwellings proposed. The proposal with the omission of the bungalow to the rear would overcome, in my opinion, the committee's previous concerns. Residents have commented that they're in support of the scheme as it now is, providing the bungalow isn't erected in the rear garden, which is, as I following the revisions to the layout plan, that's not the intention. So adequate parking is provided within the front garden, 2 spaces for each of the dwellings. The buildings themselves will be set well away from neighbouring properties, meeting all relevant guidance, and as they've been recommended to the committee, subject to conditions set out at the end of the reports. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Just as there's no members of the public that wish to address the committee this evening, we'll merge the technical questions with the main points that the people want to make. So we'll just keep it as one main section for this. Councillor Fellows, do you have any questions or points you'd like to raise?
I don't have any technical questions, Mr. Chairman. I do know the road very well, and within 50 yards There's a lot more such developments where older property have been knocked down. So this is quite common in that road. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fellows. Councillor Rimmer.
I was going to say a similar remark, actually. I've walked up and down that road a few times. It's essentially, you do see a lot of redevelopment of plots. We did have an objection of the sort of back garden development of plonking a bungalow there. They've dealt with that. I mean, I think we can't be beating people over the head when they're actually coming up with a sympathetic development with these two chalets on and that work with the street scene, and they've still got the back garden. So I'm minded to just approve this.
Thank you, Councillor Morris.
Yes, I remember when it came to us earlier in the year, the main problem, as far as I was concerned, was the bungalow in the back garden. It was overdevelopment. They've taken the bungalow away. I've got no problem with what they've left or what they've come up with this time, so I shall be supporting it.
Councillor Kettle.
No, I've got no questions at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Yeah, I should also be supporting this, but if they, I mean, is there a condition that the bungalow cannot be built? Or if they did want to build a bungalow, would that have to go to planning permission?
So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gillen, Ms. Lyons, is that there's currently an appeal going through for the previous application that we've refused. If that is lost and they wanted to build the bungalow in the future, they would still need to come before planning. Councillor Buckley.
Just a couple of points of clarification. One, if perhaps officers could comment on the impact on the bungalow on the left, as we saw those drawings. And secondly, just some clarity on parking, which I wasn't quite sure about from the sketches. Each property has a garage, which is fine. How much additional parking is there?
Yeah, in terms of the parking is the easy one. They've, because of the garage, well, the garage itself is quite sizable itself, but it doesn't actually meet the sizes we would class as a space. So they've actually provided 2 parking spaces on the front garden, 2.9 by 5.5 meters. So they are the larger size spaces that we would require of a property of these types. In terms of the impact on the neighbour 152 to the west, the neighbour there has got a rear extension, quite a sizable flat roof rear extension, and the proposed dwellings, they've got a single story element to the rear of similar depth to the neighbouring property, so it doesn't extend beyond that property and would meet our relevant 45-degree guidelines in respect to the 2-story element.
Okay, just being mindful of the fact that they've got what appear to be quite large rear gardens by new build standards. Yeah. Is there any way that that garage size could be increased to facilitate, if you like, the third space or storage space, whatever it turns out to be?
And we can only look at what we've been put in front of us at this stage. Yeah.
Sure. My thoughts on it were, if it is feasible, you could always say, well, we'll defer the decision pending changes.
The application is what's with us today, and that meets all standards, and therefore there's no requirement for us to defer this item any further.
There may not be a requirement, but it's something we have done many times in the past when we've been unhappy about an aspect of the development.
Thank you. Are there any other members that wish to speak on this particular item? Councillor Buckley, did you wish to put a proposal forward there?
Well, my question to the officers, because you can't tell from the small plans that we have, is it feasible to enlarge the garage? If it is feasible, then yes, I would suggest that we defer it. But I don't know if it's feasible. If it's not feasible, there's pointless doing it.
Mr. Gill?
Well, I say they've got sufficient parking within the front garden to meet our standards. If they've got a smaller car, they would be able to get that into the garage if they so wish. So they have that option if they feel as it stands.
I do hear that. But to be honest, for a 4-bedroom detached house, 2 parking spaces is woefully inadequate.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Lyons? Yeah. Okay, we'll proceed with the recommendation. If there's no further speakers on this item, that's the recommendation on page 165, the planning application number 20/0026285/4 be granted conditional planning permission, subject to the conditions from page 174 to 178. I voted on favour in this at the last committee. I'll be voting on favour at this tonight. Councillor Kettle.
Yeah, I'll be voting in favour tonight, yeah.
Councillor Fellows?
I'm in favour of this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer?
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor Morris?
In favour.
Councillor Reid? Sorry, I couldn't hear that there. Would you mind repeating that?
Favour.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley?
Abstaining.
So with 6 in favour and 1 abstention, that is carried. So we now proceed to agenda item number 10, the planning application number 19/01/701/LBBAS Brookhouse Town Square in Basildon from pages 201 to 240 of your agenda. And I believe, Gordon, you're presenting this one.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, this is a site members will be familiar with. It was presented to the committee on the 5th of May for external and internal alterations to Brookhouse. It's an application for listed building consent. It's before you because it's a council application submitted by the Council's Housing Property Services. On the 5th of May, the members deferred the item so that officers were able to consider the heating options for the lobby, and also they had some concerns regarding the temporary replacement of fire doors. Officers have since gone back to the Council's Housing Service, who have confirmed that the heater to the lobby was requested by residents. It was subsequently omitted at the request of the county conservation officers because they felt that the heater proposed was inappropriate for the listed building. We have suggested that we can impose a simple condition on the consent that exact details of a heating to the lobby or concierge area be agreed in writing with the local planning authority, and that be added to the decision notice. In respect of the fire doors, the housing services confirm that they're only to the 2 doors at the end of each corridor on each floor and won't involve the replacement of any of the the doors to the flats. The doors would be removed one at a time on each floor, taken away, repaired, and brought back within sort of 2 to 3 days. They've allowed for each door, and again, we've suggested a simple condition that a time period for the replacement of those doors be agreed with officers as a simple condition on page 204 of the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. As with the previous applications, we have no members of the public. We will have technical questions at the same time as main deliberations. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you. A couple of things, really. One, we raised the lighting as well, and I know, and there's reference given to the lighting issues and how dark it actually looked in the property, and things that we've heard from residents in the past. Has any consideration been given to that? Has that been raised in any way? Was one point I wanted to raise and ask about. I am still confused and confuddled by this heating question. because obviously conservation is important in terms of the actual heritage of it. But if the thing isn't going to work, if the residents are complaining about being cold and miserable, isn't it up to us to actually come up with a solution that puts the comfort of the residents before having something of the time? I'm just confused by this. What is the expected outcome of this conversation or heating plan that we're going to have put in place in terms of the comfort and of this habitat for residents?
Mr. Humphreys.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. My understanding is there should be a way to achieve an appropriate heater to the lobby area that is sympathetic, as well as meeting the residents' desires for heating. I think it's just that the one that was put forward before was not to the liking of the conservation officer, and hence was omitted from the scheme. But I'm sure we can get an appropriate heater. I think that the housing service suggests either a sympathetic sort of wall heater or floor heater with a cover, but we'll wait details to be agreed, and we can confer with the conservation officer.
Sorry, can I just, I think I get Councillor Rimmer's point, is the fact that this could go on for ages. Why don't we just put a condition that says within 3 months of this consent, an agreed design and installation of the heater has to be achieved? At least then Councillor Rimmer gets what his position that he's right. I mean, I get your position, Councillor Rimmer. You're basically saying that this could go on for years and we could end up with no heater. So we'll add a time limit to that. The basically says within 3 months of the permission, we'll agree what it looks like, and within 2 months after that we'll agree the installation, which will take us to the winter, and then everything should be all right. Is that acceptable? So we'll amend that condition. In terms of the lighting wasn't part of the application, so there is some additional work we are doing on Brookhouse at the moment, which is looking at other issues. So there will be another listed building application coming your way to deal with those other issues. So they are being picked up through another set of works that's going on within Brookhouse. So that hasn't been forgotten, but it's just not part of this application in front of us. Is that okay?
Sorry, Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I was also going to raise a point about the heater. I think Mrs. Lyons has just covered the point I wanted to raise, and that's if we put a condition on it, I want to make sure there is no wriggle room for anybody to get out of putting a heater in. In other words, I really don't care what type of heater it is, because frankly that building is such a badly designed, bad example of everything that's bad about architecture in Basildon. So whatever you put in it is not going to be detrimental to it. But what I am concerned about, as Councillor Rimmer said, is to make sure that there is heat in there before we get to the colder weather. If we've got 3 months for them to put it in, 2 months after, that's 5 months. We're talking about November, it's cold then. I think perhaps whilst if I get the assurance that they're not really out of actually installing a heater, I'm happy with that, provided we can perhaps try and bring that down another month or so before the residents suffer the consequences of the weather.
Well, if we say within 2 months submission of details and then installation within 2 months, that brings it to
fine.
Yeah, okay,
fine.
that's fine. Yeah, okay, that's
yeah,
fine.
as long as they can't wriggle out of not doing it, because
that's fine. Yeah.
Certainly sometimes we get permission for things and people choose not to do them. I don't want them to be able to choose not to put the heater in.
Thank you, Councillor Fellows.
Yes, I'm glad about the heater, but the one that I've not quite got clarified is the replacement of fire doors. So I'll put a question: is there going to be any period of time when a particular floor will be short of fire doors?
Thank you, Councillor. My understanding is not that they would replace the doors with temporary fire doors once they've taken one off to be repaired. So they won't be left at any time without a fire door to each corridor.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Kettle. Councillor Morris.
Yeah. Also, with regards to the fire doors, if I read it correctly, page 203, it's saying that if they take one door off, it's going to take 1 day, and if they take 2 doors off, it's going to take 2 days. Why can't they do 2 doors in 1 day and cut the time down?
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask about the fire doors as well, to make sure there was never going to be sort of a time when there wasn't an actual fire door, whether it's temporary or permanent, because obviously that's important that there is, if the temporary door, it has to be a fire door as well for the safety of the tenants.
Thank you. I take comfort in the additional conditions tonight around putting a time limit on the heater, and I think that's really important, so that to give residents that assurance there. But I also take comfort in the response to Councillor Fellowes' question on making sure that there is no time period where any floor is left without a fire door. I think that's really important, and I hope that gives us comfort that we can proceed with this this evening. So we'll now proceed to the recommendation on page 201 that planning application number 19/01701 LBB AS be granted conditional listed building consent subject to the conditions on page 204 with the additional time constraints around the replacement of or the instalment of the heater within that 2-month time period. I will be voting in favour. Councillor Kettle. Sorry, Councillor Kettle, you're on mute.
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor Fellowes.
In favour.
Councillor Buckley.
In favour.
Councillor Rimmer.
In favour.
Councillor Morris.
In favour.
Councillor Reid. Sorry, Councillor Reid, I couldn't hear that there. I'm going to assume you said in favour. If you could give a thumbs up if you said in favour, that would be great. Thank you. So that is unanimous. That is 7 votes in favour, which takes us to the end of our items this evening. We do have planning enforcement and appeals update. I'll just ask if any members have any questions on the appeals update. Okay, no questions. Councillor Rimmer.
Not on this item, but I sensed you were about to close, and it was just a protocol thing for officers to consider. It was when the members of the public were speaking, we normally would have a situation where they see the lights, they'll see that they may only have 30 seconds to go before they need to start wrapping up. And I think some of them sounded a little bit startled and may have been, and is there a way that we can look at that it gives them an indication, like a beep or something, that there's 30 seconds to go? It's just thinking about that.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. I'll certainly take those points back, and as we look to develop this, I think you've made led on to the next point that I was going to make in thanking all of our officers for all the work that they've done to allow members of the public to address the committee this evening. As I've said time and time again, that public engagement in the planning process is vital, and I'm really pleased that tonight we've been able to create that opportunity, not just in members addressing us directly through the webcasting link, but also in having members write in and have those comments read out. So we've tried to be as accessible as possible, and I'm really pleased, and I really want to thank officers, and I'm sure I do on behalf of the whole committee as well. I take the points. I agree with Councillor Morris that we'll give our officers a round of applause for all their work in setting that up, and I also do take the points about timing. I'll give everybody the assurance that in fact I gave all members of the public more time than was allowed, but I do take the point that we need to allow people to know how much time they've spoken for. So I'll look at that for future meetings. Thank you all for your attendance and perseverance with the meeting tonight. I again would wish you all a safe journey home, but I'm assuming that you're already there. But thank you all for
again, we will wish you a safe journey.